All right, council, we're going to get started here. We have a member that said he'll be here shortly, but he said go ahead and start with Adam, so we're going to do that. I trust that everyone read through the RFP last night, and we're going to have a lively discussion on that this morning. The rest of people online. The first item on the agenda is to approve the minutes from June 14th that were emailed out to you. I'll move. Senator Olson's motion's acceptance of the meeting minutes. Can I get a second? Mr. Hayes seconds it. You've heard is there any discussion, any changes to the minutes? All right, you've heard the motion from Senator Olson, seconded by Mr. Hayes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. Motion passes. Now on to the discussion of the audit RFP. Wait till I'm in. Trying to log in here. I guess let's open it up with, does anybody have any questions or concerns about the RFP? Deputy Secretary Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not 100% sure where the appropriate section would be for this, but in conferring with my team last night, one item we wanted to raise of particular importance is somewhere in the RFP specifying the security measures for the data that will be transmitted to the auditor. Some members of this council may be aware the state of Washington actually had an issue in which their state audit branch had a breach which resulted in unemployment data becoming available to bad actors. So we wanted to kind of bring up as a point of discussion, what's the best way in the RFP to point out that we want assurances from the ultimate auditor that they'll be able to safeguard the data that we're providing to them to complete the audit.
Justin, can you weigh in on that? Do you have suggested language for something like that? I think that's probably a good idea, and have them hold us harmless. Or
Mr. Chair, if I might, and the revisor's office can jump in here if I'm incorrect or need clarification. One of the things that we did add to this from an original version was to at least explain that a data sharing agreement would take place. However, we felt that the actual more expanded language for the data sharing agreement and everything would be in the contractual agreement versus in the request for proposals. And Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Reimer might have additional information if Charles is online, but okay, Mr. Hamilton may have additional information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing additional to add at this point, but I can always confer with Jason Long and Charles to go into more detail about language to add.
Deputy Secretary, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my only kind of comment there would be, and I agree, the contract we sign with the ultimate vendor is going to want to very specifically lay out the safeguards and provisions they have in place for our data. I think it would probably be beneficial somewhere in the RFP document to make that expectation from the state of Kansas very clear that we'll want them to demonstrate that as we evaluate the different proposals that come in.
Anybody have an issue with adding some type of link, Senator Tyson?
Thank you. No, I want to support that effort. In fact, that was one of the items that I had flagged that we did not mention that in the RFP. Thank you.
Okay. We'll make a note of that. Any other questions or concerns? Senator Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a few concerns. One of the items that we did not address in the RFP is the human factor of the security side. we mentioned the technical, but we never mentioned the actual employees. If there's processes in place for security, how that was handled. I don't know if that's being handled in the legislative post-audit, but that is a major portion of security that we need to make sure that there weren't any holes or flaws in the human side of the security. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple other items, but we'll address that first.
Okay. I guess I would have assumed that that would have been something that they looked at, but I would say we probably want to make sure that that's at least detailed out in the additional scope. Director Day.
Mr. Chair, if I might, one of the issues, and Senator Tyson kind of alluded to it, was whether this RFP covers that or whether the legislative post-audit audit covers that. And that's one of the issues that we're kind of walking a fine line here to make sure that we're not crossing over into what post-audit is doing. And I believe post-audit is trying to walk that line for this one as well. But the human side of the security issue, we will definitely take a look at and get back to you with issues on that or possible inclusions in this.
Okay, thanks. Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was just assuming in the final document that there would be, we'd have to protect the security of all the information, and the firm that would be getting it would be doing that. I mean, I imagine they've done a bunch of these, and that's always at the top of the list. So I was assuming in the final document when we signed that that would happen. I think that's pretty standard.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Is that Senator Pittman?
Senator Pittman, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that Senator Tyson's spot on that we should be looking at the human capital side as well as maybe the security side, but I also know that a security audit, I don't know if that's what we're actually talking about here, is if we're doing an IT security audit as well as a personnel security audit, or more, audits are very specific in terms of looking at potential breach points and things like that, and what levers or measures were in place and protocols. And, I think we're looking for the fraud aspects of what we saw and what we can do in the future, and what processes and people aspects can be put in place to avoid those types of situations we saw. I don't know. It's kind of a nebulous scope, but I know that each of these could have, price tags. If we go down a financial aspect of this, or a security aspect, or a personnel or organizational structure aspect, all these could be avenues, but they can each have a price tag that might be higher than what we're willing to spend.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be clear, this isn't on the audit that, for the RFP company on the human side. It would apply somewhat, but this is the human side of possible data breaches and security issues for the Department of Labor in the audit itself, in the results of the audit is what I'm looking for. And let me give you an example. Well, I will scare everyone, and I don't want to show them where our state holes are, but one of the items is, do they have the policies and practices when hiring? If we have individuals that did not have background checks, they have access to sensitive data. We brought on so many people for that call center so quickly. What kind of checks were in place and in balance? If we did not have the checks to make sure that it was the proper personnel that had access to the system, or they were not protecting those systems while offline or off-site, I should say, that could be an issue. Like I said, I've got to walk a fine line here because we don't want to show where the holes could be. I do know that the state has some major issues on the human side of security. I do know that there's one system that has more financial data, personal data than most people realize. I won't even say what department and agency is, but they were bringing in individuals from other countries to work on that system with no background checks at all. So we do need to make sure that we've got the human side of this covered, because that in itself could be a breach. We have no proof that, they might find a pattern with one of the call personnel that, and it may not be, hundreds, but it could be a pattern to where they could find some security holes there. I would also say that, well, we'll address this one and I'll go on to my next. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think that the main issue here that we were trying to drill down on is the fraud. How did it happen? And how do we keep it from happening again? So I wouldn't have any problem putting that as a line item that we wanted to look at in the audit. But go ahead, Representative Clayton and then Senator Olson.
Thank you. I think I just had a question to this requested line item, just to help me understand. I know that one of the things, and a lot of us were on this economic recovery interim that met about a year ago when we were having a lot of these issues. And one of the things that that committee in particular called for was the nearly instant hiring on of employees right away to help with this backlog. So that was a thing that we asked for. I recall asking for it myself. And so now we're saying that the thing that we demanded is causing security breaches. And those security breaches are because those people might not be from here. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, is this a security audit or is this something that is intended to, I don't know, cause more problems where they're not really existing? This seems a little bit heavy-handed of a assumption to make, especially when this is something that we insisted on the Department of Labor doing. They did what we asked them to, and now we're going to hit them on it. I need help understanding this. I need language before me that I can read before I will look at this. I'm having problems.
Okay, so just to unpack that a little bit, we did demand that they hired a bunch of people, and they responded and they hired a bunch of people. That's correct. We're charged with finding, and we're not charged with blaming anybody for anything. We're charged with discovering the mistakes that we made so that we don't make them again in the future. And so that we can, going forward, make sure that our data is protected and that we can identify fraud earlier. Nobody's looking to place blame. If there's blame on that, then it's on that committee. Senator Tyson.
Chairman, I'll refer to Phil Hayes. He has a
Mr.
question.
Hayes.
I was just going to say, it's about the lessons moving forward and how we can apply this. But I do know under recent reports that there's other states that brought in surge staff, and they were basically inside accomplices to change data. And I don't know if we've got those metrics in-house that can determine kind of that footprint as claim data changed.
Deputy Secretary Brady.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Hayes is correct. I've seen media reports of other states, whether it be surge or contracted staff brought on, or merit-based state staff within the system that have in some way played a role with the fraud. I feel confident that as we brought on surge resources and we brought those into our system, we had checks and balances in place to ensure those resources were vetted properly before they had access to the various systems that we utilize. There are also several sets of federal regulations because some of the data we have comes from SSA or federal tax information. So we do have certain requirements we have to meet. With all of that being said, I'm supportive of what the chairman, Senator Tyson, said in that, we want to ensure we understand anything that could or could not have happened in Kansas or vulnerabilities that, to Mr. Hayes' point, have become clear in other states and to verify or understand if those were vulnerabilities in Kansas. So that was just the comment I wanted to add, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We've got Senator Olson, Senator Pittman, and Representative Estes with questions in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was listening yesterday, believe it or not, and the one thing from Nebraska I heard that helped them the most was the dual authentication factor. That solved the majority of their problems. Also, they have offices open, we don't, so there was ID verification there. I think what we're doing, we're greatly expanding the audit here. If you want to do an internal IT audit, I suggest we do that through the state. You're going to greatly expand the expense. My initial thinking when we did this bill was the outside audit would deem how much fraud so we could repay the fund that amount. I don't remember talking about doing an internal IT audit in that. And I think we're expanding it. I think the things that we need to be looking at are how can we speed up the process, say for on the business side, for them to be able to identify. We had a lot of teachers that were victims of fraud that weren't laid off, that people went in and got their information. How can we speed that process up, from almost instantaneously to know if that person's laid off or not? Or how can we set up some different traps, to make it easier and better for the business and quicker for the state to know if that person's really laid off? Because they know if that person is who they are. I talked to Peter a little bit yesterday. Can we assign a number to, it's just another thing that some third-party group wouldn't have on the internet, to have more than single authentication, add more dual, ways of checking. So if we can do it on the business side as well, I think probably one of the better pieces of the bill we passed was the law enforcement piece. Can we expand that and go to a platform where we get it to all law enforcement where they can go and just type it in? I trust them to be checking the identification and the proper ID. Can we speed that process up? Stuff like that. That's what's going to solve it, because Mr. Oswald yesterday told us that there's new programs that states have built, and they're still having the fraud. If you don't have the traps in place to stop the fraud, and if we're not thinking outside the box, more roadblocks for the theft, on the business side and on the consumer side, that's what's going to stop this. The dual authentication is what took our fraud way down. That's probably what took it down in other states too. We heard it in Nebraska. We're not going to have the storefronts. Why not try to use law enforcement or partners with them, or give them some grants or something to, help us. And there's probably other avenues of local government that could do the same. So I'm not for going down, doing a full-scale audit in this audit. It's going to cost a lot of money to look for internal. That's what internal controls should be doing. Legislative post-audit can audit that, and they can go down. If you got internal policies, it's pretty simple to find out where the exceptions are to them policies. I don't think we need to include that in here. That's just my personal opinion.
Senator Pittman.
Yeah, I think if those following along online and such as I am right now, we're looking at page 20, 21, and 22 of the RFP proposal that we're looking at, the draft. And what we're talking about is the scope. And, we've got a really nice scope laid out for item number 2, which is the nature of payments, fraudulent process. I think everybody wants to understand that. I think we need to put in here kind of a timeline of what they expect to be improper payments and fraudulent claims, because that's really what we seem like we're going for. And then an evaluation of systems with access, that's number 1. With the external perimeter housing the claim system, whatever that means, as per yesterday's discussion, that's kind of number 1. But number 2 seems to be the area that we were hoping that they could dig deeper into. Number 3 covers Senator Tyson's aspect of the likelihood of a data breach. And if we add on, I mean, I agree with Senator Olson's value, like I said originally, if we decide to scope this out to organizational and personnel controls, we probably are going to get a cursory understanding of that, and then an indicator with the amount of money we're willing to spend on this to evaluate that aspect of things. I'm not totally opposed to getting some kind of a look, as the deputy secretary had mentioned. Nobody's perfect, and we expect that there's probably some aspect of that going on. We don't know if it's in Kansas or not, but it would be interesting to know. But are we really going to get that forensic evidence about whether that happened or not with this amount of money? I don't think so. I also think that number 4 really hires. I mean, if we're going to do that, we should then have the firm give advice about what we would want to put in place for the future surge. If we have future surge, what kind of personnel background checks do we need to have in place? And then if those things aren't possible in a short amount of time, what do we have to pre-set up, like we were talking about with contracted emergency providers, so they have pre-arranged security agreements, pre-arranged screened individuals that could surge with us at, I'm sure, a cost. So, I mean, in the end, I'm thinking that this could expand the scope quite a bit. If we were going to do it, I think we should do it right and figure out what kind of forensic information we could get to get detailed information. I think that's pretty deep, given that there's 400 or 500 individuals out there and a lot of different fraud aspects. I just think it could get really complicated really quick. The other thing I'd mention is we have to ask ourselves if we want to dictate anything about the methods that they're going to use for their investigation, or if we're going to let them propose to us the methods. Something that our post-audit team presented to us about their methods, some of the limitations they had. So I would just also, if we want to have requirements of a financial aspect, prove to us that you can do this on the financial as well as the technology side, that might be something that we want to include in this RFP. And I don't know the language that would go into that, but somehow saying, you need to do this from not only a cursory overview, high level, but we would expect a data analysis, we expect a technology analysis, we expect a personnel analysis, as well as a financial analysis, and put those kind of somewhere inside of the scope, just so that we're very clear on the outputs we'd be expecting. So, it might be a suggestion in terms of the 4 or 5 different dimensions we want them to look at this information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Vessis.
Thank you. I think in our charge to find where the fraud happened, how much it was, that this is a reasonable avenue to explore. And certainly the inside is a very, it has the potential to be a big highway into where we got off track. My gut tells me that if it did happen, it probably wasn't very much, but I think we owe it to our state to find out, so we know how to make sure that we never make this mistake again. Thank you.
Mr. Miller.
Mine's kind of backing up on the IT portion. On page 21, the very top one, number 3, I kind of mentioned this in one of our last meetings. That statutory language that was involved in the bill, the evaluation of a data breach, I mean, as we saw in our early presentations the first day and 2, I mean, we know there was a data breach. There was a data breach at Equifax, a data breach all these other places. I think we need to expand on that. I think it actually would kind of incorporate what Senator Tyson's saying if we just, I believe the intent of the legislature behind the bill, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that was there a data breach at KDOL? I think if we just add the language at KDOL, then we learn a little bit more there, because I would hate to pay an audit firm to come back and say, yes, there was a data breach, which is something we already know. But what we want to know is, was there a data breach at KDOL? And I think it opens those questions.
Yeah, that should be more narrow. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree, but not just a data breach. That's going to be one of my other comments is, and if they can find a pattern that the data came from another agency or department in the state, not necessarily going to those departments, but I know my constituents, many of them told me that the dollar amount on their fraudulent claim forms was exactly what had been filed to a different agency. So if they can see a pattern there, that would be telling also. I'm not saying that it was the Department of Labor by any means, but I would also, to those that don't know security or IT, if you would look, a majority of security breaches are through the human factor. In fact, it's reported as much as 9 in 10 security breaches, 9 out of 10, are the human factor. So I think we would be remiss if we did not include this in the audit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, the last time that Legislative Post Audit did an audit on the Department of Labor was 2015. And yes, that would be great if we could get that done again, but we don't have the access or the capacity to force that to happen as a priority. So maybe we could do these in tandem, as I said, make sure that we're not duplicating that effort, but we do need to make sure that we get this audit completed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick comment, because I know some of you, especially legislators who work with your constituents, have seen that if their fraudulent claim was filed in their name, the wages on that monetary determination may have been accurate for their wages in that time period. That's because when that letter is generated, it pulls from that base file we showed yesterday in the employer reported wages. It's not always 100% accurate because, you know, sometimes there's wages that for whatever reason are missing, but in many cases it is. So I just wanted to kind of raise that point to say that, yeah, I agree with Senator Tyson. There's certainly other areas of the state government system that we should look at in addition to KDOL, but on that specific concern, because I know many of you may have heard it, that's just indicative of our system when it generates that determination, pulling the wages that are reported to our agency and populating them automatically.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think as we go through and as we, either tighten or widen the scope of this audit, and especially I like the discussion where we could have potential in tandem audits with Legislative Post Audit, to exist for that reason. But I guess I have two things that I want to say. The first one is that if we are indeed experiencing data breaches, not just at KDOL, but at all other departments, this might be worthy of an investigation from the KBI. So again, I keep bringing it back to law enforcement because this certainly seems like our government is the victim of criminals, which is terrible. We're charged with making sure that this is safe, but also we need to be working with our law enforcement to make sure that that's the case. I'm also thinking, I'm just trying to, in my head, keep a running cost. I wish that we had, something that made a little cha-ching noise every time we added something onto it, because again, we're also stewards of taxpayer money here. And I think that if we are intelligent and work with law enforcement and with Legislative Post Audit, in sort of that triple tandem, then we will be able to get to the bottom of this without, throwing money around in an irresponsible way. So I have no idea how we could possibly keep track of potential costs, but the senator from Johnson County and I are definitely in agreement on this to be financially prudent. I think that we can do that in the scope of this audit. I'm not sure what tools are at our disposal, but that's my concern.
I would say that my guess is that this is something that they would look at. And I can tell you right now, we don't know how much any of this is going to be. The pre-bid conference, we can hash some of that out and maybe rule some things out at that point. But currently, the price tag is $1.2 billion because that's what we lost. That's what we went through. A lot of that was legitimate claims. A lot of it was fraud. So there's estimates from people in this room of $750 million out of our trust fund. And by our post audit, only through December, 200 million. So that's the price tag if we don't find what happened. I'm going to play a voicemail that I got about 6 months ago from the Department of Labor. It was an anonymous voicemail, and she said she was going to call me back. She called me from a private number or a block number. But I want to play this just to give you an idea of why I think this is important.
Hi, Mr. Tarwater. I'm not going to leave my name or my phone number. That's why it came up as no number. I work for the Kansas Department of Labor, and I think somebody should start hearing some truths about this whole situation. I will call you back in an hour, and hopefully you can take my call. Thanks. Have a blessed day.
I never heard back from that person, but that would make me believe that there might be something going on over there. That person did call me back, but I didn't get her message in time to pick it up. So if that person's still out there, call me back. Love to talk to you. Senator Olson.
Yeah, but Mr. Chair, how do we know that that person is from KDAL? That could be, we get calls all the time. I get calls telling me that some Nigerian prince would like to marry me and share his money with me. It's not true. So we don't know, unless we cross-reference those numbers, whether that person actually worked for KDAL or whether they're trying to take advantage of us vis-a-vis our elected official positions to try and scam money out of us or make us think that something may or may not be going on. I'm not saying that you're being untruthful. I'm saying that that person, we don't know because you never got to talk to them. So just bear that in mind. A lot of times that can happen. So we want to take that with a grain of salt.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter, I'm assuming you got internal controls in place. You've got someone in there that's auditing these systems and making sure people are not taking advantage of them. Is that not correct?
Yeah, Senator. So, as part of, housing Social Security Administration data and federal tax information, we have requirements that we have to meet with the IRS, with the Social Security Administration. They do audits of our systems, pandemic and normal time, to verify that we're in compliance with their requirements. We have a legal team that is very involved in our compliance, as well as a compliance officer that assists us in meeting those efforts. So that's certainly something that has existed in the agency pre-pandemic and throughout. Whether or not it's the scope of this particular audit or another effort or how that works out, I don't think it's unreasonable to make sure we take a strong look at what was in place before the pandemic and how it was utilized during the pandemic to safeguard things. But to answer your original question, Senator, yes, those have existed pre-pandemic and still exist today.
Couple follow-ups. How often does the feds audit you?
I don't know specifically. Since I've been in this role since the fall, we've had several audits with the U.S. Department of Labor on various programs. We've had at least one audit from the IRS on our safeguards for the data we have for them. I would say it's pretty regular, but I'd have to get back for specifics of what those intervals are.
My guess is you probably haven't had too many exceptions or you corrected them, but if you got an internal audit person and an internal team, are you doing sample audits or what's your internal person? I'm guessing there's a schedule they're going through to make sure, and I'm guessing if someone's stealing data, that's going to throw up a red flag on your system.
Yeah, Senator, and I'd have to talk to our compliance officer and our chief counsel just to determine what specifically those procedures are. But again, a lot of that drives from the fact that we have so much data that is federal tax information and SSA data, and there's very stringent requirements on anybody who has access to that data, what type of background checks they've undergone, and to what extent they have accessibility and visibility to that data. So that, like I said, that's something that's existed pre-pandemic and continued into the pandemic. But I certainly hear the comments from the council, and from my point of view, agree that, whether or not it's the scope of this audit, taking a strong look at what's currently in place and how it can be improved would be beneficial.
Okay. Just one other comment too. Senator Tyson mentioned some of them weren't American citizens. Or you said something to that effect.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Accurately, there was a previous system that was developed by the state of Kansas, and that system used developers that were not U.S. citizens. I have no idea the employment staff at the Department of Labor. I am not implying. I just know that the state of Kansas has done that in the past.
Well, there's a lot of federal contractors that are not American citizens, but they have visas to be here to work. Pretty heavy in the Indian community, which I'm pretty close to, so.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you. And not all agencies or departments were performing background checks on those individuals. So my security concern, not that they're not U.S. citizens, but the fact that they could walk out with all of that data and leave the country, and it would be even more difficult to prosecute. And I'm not saying that that's currently going on. It's my understanding, the last time I looked into that the state does have some types of background checks, but I'm not sure that all agencies and departments are using them. And Mr. Chairman, I would also give the example, we get security audits from Legislative Post Audit all the time. Those agencies and departments are in the red, not even the orange or yellow, in the red. And they are auditing themselves. Not to say that the Department of Labor is doing this, but we need a second set of eyes. We don't need the fox auditing the hen house.
Well, can I respond?
Senator Olson.
I think you have to have an internal audit, and then you should have an external audit on a schedule to review what's going on. But the internal controls, it sounds to me like there needs to be some changes, but you're well inside. I would like to see our internal auditor review what's going on over there. And that would be a good snapshot and probably save the state some money and focus on how much money we did lose so we can make the businesses whole.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on those security audits as well, and they go on a schedule, 2 to 3 years with post audit. We really should have a number of years ago put in place a cybersecurity process in place. Like Senator Olson saying, that's a regularly scheduled that has internal and external components to it. To Senator Tyson's point, we want to have external eyes. It's very true. All agencies are not bad. Some of them, actually, we've seen, some stellar ones. I think Senator Tyson and I, and we've seen some really bad ones in terms of their security processes. So I think that, cybersecurity task force, we need to continue to work on that from JCIT's perspective. We need to push for it in the legislature. There's warranted concern here that, perhaps I think the personnel have been really strong at the Department of Labor. Perhaps there were bad actors in there. I have a high doubt that we're going to find them in this audit, but we might. I think that it's a long shot to see if we can suss that out in this and to the chairman's point, appreciate that there is estimates out there of fraud, and we know there is fraud out there according to all the other states, and there have been varying numbers out there. And we looked at some of those methodologies that first day of how the post audit did a rough guess analysis on that. And so appreciate that there has been fraud, and we are trying to suss out how much that was over time and what measures over time helped improve that, so that in the future we don't have that. So I think if we continue to look at, we can't spend unlimited money to find this out. We say $200 million is at stake. It's gone. We can find out if we can get some of that. We can find out what processes are going to prevent that. We can find out, how good or bad, as we have in the scope, how good or bad are we compared to some of the other states and how they've dealt with it, anticipating that early on in the cycle, due to technology and some of the processes that were in place, we know that we were victims. And let's give the benefit of the doubt to that caller in who left you a voicemail. Perhaps she was from the Department labor, and perhaps she saw some challenges from a personnel side. Maybe she had a beef with management. Maybe she saw some fraud or some people just rushing through things and clearing fraud. We don't know. I don't know if we can find all that out inside of this audit or not. I mean, we could find out all types of information. I just think that the scope of this thing, if we stay focused on processes, if we get a high level idea about the things that did happen, I just don't think we have an unlimited budget, and I am echoing the concerns. But let's add in there and see what they can do and find out what they have to say and move on from the topic, I think, and find out from the interviews whether they could include that or not in their ideas.
Representative Estes.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Deputy Secretary Brady I think what I heard you say was background checks are a part of what you're required to do at the federal level. Am I understanding you correctly?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Estes, that is correct. There's certain types of data that anybody who has access to has to meet certain requirements, including a background check, before they have any access or viewability to that data. And that's generally federal tax information and some of the Social Security Administration data.
Thank you very much for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, background checks are at different levels. There's a most basic background check that checks your bank accounts and very limited. There's different degrees of background checks. Just to be clear that the committee understands that. So background check doesn't necessarily mean it's looking for what we need to make sure that the data is secure. I would also, Mr. Chairman, if I may, there were data breaches on several Kansas systems, and that could be where some of this came from, the data. The Department of Commerce, over 5 million Social Security numbers were breached in 2017. Kansas Works, I forget how many, but it was millions of Kansans' data was exposed and breached. So if we could figure a pattern by looking at this, and if the human factor, that, as I said, I can't stress enough, that has to be part of a security audit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no further discussion on it.
Mr. Chairman, I did have a follow-up question.
Representative Estes.
Thank you. Deputy Secretary Brady, could you please respond and clarify the level of background check you guys are doing?
Representative, I'll have to get back to Senator Tyson's point. She's correct. There are several different levels of background check, and for us to hire an administrative assistant in the Industrial Safety and Health Division would require a different level than someone who's dealing with UI, FTI type data. I don't have these specifics on that in front of me right now, but that's something I'll take back to our compliance team.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, one last thing on this. Do we want to prioritize these scope
Senator
elements?
Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Do we want to prioritize? Would it be too much of a lift for us? I mean, we have the 4 different areas. We have the kind of new thing that was introduced here on the process and the people. And then there's these auxiliary things. At the end of the scope of work, additional items, we have 4 different items. Is it worthwhile to, that's about 8 different areas. Do we want to prioritize those for the audit team so that I'm concerned about dollars and time. If they say they can do this, that, the other thing, do we want to pre-prioritize it for them, or do we want to wait for them to come back to us and say what they can do and see if that matches our priorities?
It would be my opinion that we would wait until the pre-bid conference to hash some of those things out, to kind of get an idea of the extent of the work and then how, the cost of each of these items. And we can roll some things out at that time or add things at that time. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't sure if we're going to wrap up this discussion, so I want to make this point. Under the contents of the proposal section, the very last piece on 22, just when I was reviewing it, I thought we should possibly, there was some discussion, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, on having them when they make the proposal to us, include how they would secure the data, because they're going to be having a lot of confidential data in a way, so we make sure that our audit team doesn't get breached as well. I just think it would be important for any audit proposal to include how they plan on securing our data on their end.
Okay, we can discuss, we sort of touched on that earlier, but we can discuss that here in a minute. When I said seeing no further discussion, I was talking about on this one topic. Like, I apologize for that. Senator Tyson, what would the exact wording be, or close words?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would actually recommend that we pull language that has been used in previous RFPs for security, or have we never done a security audit as in this manner?
Director Day?
As far as the legislature generally doing an RFP in this manner, we have not done one to my knowledge. We might be able to pull security data or security language like you're discussing, possibly out of a legislative post-audit.
That would be my recommendation, that we work with legislative post-audit, including the human factor in the audit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Stowe, is that something that's feasible?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I know what Senator Tyson's referring to, and our audits do cover that general area, so I think we could build some language for the committee's consideration in the near future.
Senator Tyson?
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
sorry, Senator Olson, my bad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to see the language before we actually vote on something. So I don't think we can pass something and not see the language, how it's going to read.
Mr. Chairman, I think they could get that to us by this afternoon. Thank you.
Yes, so if not this afternoon, then the first day we come back, because that's when we're going to approve the actual, everything that we discussed today, so. Next item, Senator, Mr. Miller, did you have something? Do you want to talk about the, okay, earlier you might have walked in right as we were talking about it, but the Department of Labor requested language just as you were discussing.
Yeah, that was my only point. I made a note on that yesterday, and just before we close discussion, I want to make sure I mention that, so.
Okay, Mr. Hayes?
I'd like to just come back to item number 1 under the scope of the work. Just trying to get a better definition and a handle on the external perimeter housing, et cetera, and the images. And I did share some resources with Eddie. I did some investigation last night. So Eddie, I don't know if you've had a minute to look at that, or we can come back to that if you need more time.
I'm sorry, I had him forward some definitions of what the, to Mr. Miller's point, it's kind of confusing on what that language is asking for. I did finally speak with the maker of that motion, and that was Representative Williams that motioned for the audit. She says it means where did the claims go, what bank account, thus the endpoint. And forensic means tapping into computer to follow the trail digitally, tracing its movements. So if that's doable, that's what the motion was. Mr. Miller.
Well, and that's just kind of following up. The chair did send me that language last night, and it made sense to me. I think my overall point on when I brought that one up, and then also the improper payments, I think it would be smart of the committee to include those definitions within the RFP. So we're not, I'm assuming they're going to bill by the hour. So we're not, paying someone to go look up in statute what the definition of improper payments is. I know it was all defined, and I know it's defined everywhere, but I think it would be smart if we include exactly what Mr. Hayes is saying, the definition Representative Williams provided us under Section 1, and then we provide the definition of improper payments under Section 2, so no one has to go search for it.
I think that's a good idea. Deputy Secretary Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if this is industry standard language, I think we should keep it. But I guess if not, I might suggest that we reword or rephrase that to be more plain spoken or directly to what we're trying to get at. But again, if those terms are industry standard, then I'm fine with keeping them. Just wanted to add that comment.
Okay, that particular sentence is in statute, but we could definitely do what Mr. Miller is talking about by narrowing that scope or defining what the intent was.
Mr. Chair,
Senator Pittman.
with that definition you meant, I mean, was that when we talk about forensic endpoint images and looking at the tracing of those things, are we suggesting, and I don't think we are, but are we suggesting they look at all the different claims and where they went, like individually, and then amass that from a bottoms up kind of perspective and give us an analysis of that? Or is it a point by point when they find something to go out and look into it like a KBI researcher would do on a particular account? I mean, what kinds of forensics are we talking about on that one? How deep do we want them to go?
Well, I certainly don't think they'll need to track every claim, but some of the ones that they identify as fraud, they would follow through, see how it happened.
So we would expect a point by point example, or like if there's 50,000 claims that look potentially fraudulent, which may be a high number, but or 10,000 or even 1,000, would we be expecting to look at each one of those things, or are we asking for a sample of exploratory forensics?
You make a good point there. We don't want to spend a whole bunch of time drilling down on all the claims, so we probably want to narrow that to sampling.
I think that would be good language to put in there as an expectation.
Mr. Hayes. Back on that same subject, if when the audit does come back, we've identified that there were several, we could then have a deeper dive into to find all of it. Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to your point, talking about narrowing that just to a sampling, do we have a definition of what defines sampling? Any sort of, I mean, I realize that I'm drilling down here quite a bit, but we could have a very large sample. We could have a very small one. So if there's some sort of definition we could go off of there just to assuage those concerns again about this getting too big and too expensive. Thank you.
Right. Well, you'll be happy that we're narrowing this, so it'll save some dollars. But we'll leave that up to Mr. Day and his team to bring back to us a definition of what is. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've disposed of that topic, right? We're moving on to the next?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would ask, just to be clear to the committee, was language asked for from the department on their recommendation for the proposed change also? Or was that just asked of me?
Did you bring language, or would you forward language?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if it would work for the council, I can have our legal team draft up something that we would find acceptable and get it to Mr. Day and his staff for their review, and then the review of this council at the next meeting.
Could you, when you're working on that, would you send it to Senator Tyson so she can make sure that it's what she was asking for as well?
Yes, will do.
Thank you. And the next topic, Mr. Chairman, in the RFP, it allows, it does not start out with offshore initially, but it allows for a company to move offshore for the audit. I would ask that we strike that language so that we do not allow that to be moved offshore.
Mr. Day, Director Day.
That's a better question for the revisor's office. Legally, I'm not sure whether we can remove that or not, but we definitely will check on that. I do know that if there is some other language in there on the offshore, that it has to be approved by us, if I recall, but I'd have to look back into that language, but the offshore language we'll definitely take a look at.
Did you have another comment before that?
Mr. Chairman, I might have, yes, I did. If the Department of Labor would also send that to the Research Department as well, since Mr. Penner is kind of compiling all of this as we go too.
Okay, so noted.
Mr. Chair,
Senator Pittman?
regarding the offshore piece, you know, the most important thing I think about the offshore piece is to make sure no confidential or personally identifiable, you know, security information would be moved offshore. But I think that if there were data analytics reports and other things like that, I mean, anything that's non-security sensitive, are we doing that just to, you know, be pro-US worker, or is it more of a security concern? Because we might just put that one provision only on, you know, security sensitive information.
I think it would be more of a security issue, a big one at that, to send sensitive information into another country.
Well,
That's
perhaps-
kind of what happened with
perhaps-
the fraud. But yes, I would say that we need to be specific on that.
I think that if we're specific on that piece of it, that it can then be managed better by the any kind of auditor.
Anyone else have a comment on that or a new subject? Mr. Hayes, new subject?
Item 2C, I'm talking about PIN numbers. I think a couple weeks ago when we met, where the conversation ended was PIN numbers, password changes associated with fraudulently identified claims, not necessarily just looking at PINs. If we wanted to add that clarification.
Can you say that again?
Just adding password changes as well, and that full sentence will add in relation to fraudulent claims.
Okay, I think that was Senator Olson's subject, and I think that was his intent, to make sure that passwords were reset and they were strong password, yes. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think we need to put this in the RFP, but the committee needs to be aware of it when we do select an auditing firm on the background check, the level of background check that we want for the auditing firm. I don't think we need to put that language in, but that is something that we need to be aware of as to what degree. Also, I would ask, and maybe Eddie can clarify this, on the section 3.45, the language, the terminology is completely different than what is used in the rest of the document.
Where's that?
Section 3.45, page 19.
Take a moment and look at it. Mr. Penner.
I was just going to defer to either Tom or the revisers as far as this language goes. I think that 3.45 came from previous RFPs, so that might be one of the issues there.
Senator, what's different about it?
It specifically uses terminology such as service provider and customer, which is not used anywhere else in the RFP proposal.
Mr. Day, you want to comment?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, you asked me to be thorough.
Good job. Director Day.
Mr. Chair, if I might, the entire Section 3 is part of information or language that comes straight out of the Procurement and Contracts Division of the Department of Administration, and that may be just one of those areas where I just need to go in and clean that up. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, that's to be expected. You put this together awful quickly, and thanks for that. And Senator, I did ask you to be thorough because I know you have a lot of experience with auditing and security measures and IT and all that, so I kind of wanted to lean on you a little bit.
No, thank you, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate Mr. Day's work and staff. You guys pulled something together very quickly that has a lot of detail in it.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Continue.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you. I'd like to add a number, like a section 5 under additional items or somewhere along the way, and really talk about future recommendations. I'd like there to be something in here that talks about, we do a lot of assessment, comparison. We do a lot of identification, verification, information on the progress currently. But I would like to add a fifth section or a fifth number on this, on additional items that might say something like, recommendations for future unemployment compensation systems and processes along the dimensions of, organizational technology. And I don't know, I just want, out of the work that we find, I would like them to, I want to be clear that I'd like them to provide recommendations on the above points as well, whether it's best practice, whether it's an evaluation across from other organizations. I really would like to put the possibility that they are going to help guide the future as well as assess the past. And so I'd like to add in something that says, for the above items, provide levels of recommendations for best practices for the future, along any line, any dimensions such as organizational, process, technology, or otherwise, at their discretion. I don't want to dictate to them what they recommend necessarily. I don't want to constrain it, but I would like to have something in here that is suggesting a future looking as well as a past looking kind of evaluation.
Director, would that go under the scope or a whole new section if we added it?
Mr. Chair, because the scope is statutory language, I would assume it would go under another area, probably like where we have estimate costs for additional items bid that came out of this committee. That may be a more appropriate area versus the actual base bid requirements for this RFP.
Okay, well, I would like to see some recommendations. We are, this committee is kind of charged with that already, and we've heard from a lot of different companies. We'll hear from some more today. So we will get a lot of recommendations on how to move forward, but if there's something that we missed, and we're paying somebody a bunch of money to look at this and they have a better idea than we are, we certainly would be all ears. So I don't have an issue with that. When we bring it back, we can talk about it.
I'd appreciate that.
Director Day. Director Day.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to go back to one issue that Senator Tyson brought up on the offshore sourcing. The language that's in there, if we remove that, this council has no way of knowing if the vendor moves the operations offshore, and they also don't know, it doesn't give this council the ability to approve those moves offshore.
Senator Tyson?
Actually, that is not correct, and my intent is that we could strike the language, but we can add language that says it cannot be removed offshore.
Okay.
So, because my intent is that we secure the audit, and I think that by allowing it to be moved offshore would create more vulnerabilities and more problems. So my intent is they cannot move it offshore. And I understand Senator Pittman's comments about portions of it. I don't want to get into security issues, but every time that you allow a portion of something to be moved, you allow for that human factor to come into play to create a vulnerability for the system. So it just, it's where do we want to be? How secure do we want to be in this audit? It is an issue that we need to protect this data. The last thing that we need is to pick a vendor that results in another security breach, maybe not from the state of Kansas, but elsewhere. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Oswald has a question.
Yes, actually, it's more of a comment to to the senator's comments about the security. I believe Mr. Brady was telling me a story yesterday about the state of Vermont and unintentional error when they were trying to sort out what to send and what not to send, and certain parts of it were secured and certain parts of it were not secured. Perhaps he could kind of just elaborate on that to emphasize the point of an all or nothing security approach to this.
Deputy Secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps that example of another state might prove useful here. To give a high-level summary, another state was doing their 1099 process. My understanding of the situation is at one point the data came out of their existing system into a spreadsheet-type document to get the mail merge ready to go. And as a result of a sorting error, this state ended up sending 1099s to individuals with their name and address, but someone else's social security number and then their 1099 information from that taxable year. So to the point of that, I think what Mr. Oswald was getting at is ensuring that there's as much security for the systems the auditors are using to do their analysis, and if they have to transfer data between different systems, ensuring something like that couldn't happen. Or as I mentioned at the top, the state of Washington had a similar issue with their state audit branch that resulted in a breach.
Yes, thank you. That's, I think, the point being is if we start parceling out what we send and what we don't send, I think that we're risking the danger of an unintentional error being made and stuff being sent out. I think it needs to be looked at as it's either we secure it all or we don't secure any of it. I mean, that's my opinion.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Senator Pittman.
You know, I appreciate those stories, but security does not mean you don't send something to another country necessarily. Security is a whole protocol and other things that we expect them to leverage. Things can be breached inside of our country borders, you know, just as easily as it can outside. So saying that it's going to be inside the country borders, it might add a level of comfort, but it doesn't necessarily level, you know, a level of security as deep as some other protocols can do. So, I mean, you know, we can give ourselves a false sense of security by saying, okay, we not have all data needs to reside in the U.S., but that's not necessarily securing the data. There are a whole series of other protocols that need to put in place that we've decided to ask them to come to us and tell us how they're going to secure the data. I think the point of not having, you know, secure information going overseas is a fine addition, but there might be aggregate pieces of information that, you know, these big four players use, you know, to aggregate information, and that type of data has no security implication whatsoever. But you know, if the security, you know, if that's what the committee wants, that's what they can do. But don't. I wouldn't misguide ourselves thinking that's a strong security method by going down this path of this particular motion. Thanks.
Any further discussion on that topic? Mr. Oswald, do you still have another comment? Nope.
No, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I forgot to take my hand down.
That's fine. Any other subjects? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask for the document to be a little bit more clearer if this is time and material or if it's fixed bid. It seems to be some confusion, especially based off Mr. Miller's comments. So I'd just like clarification on how we plan to go forward on that.
Director Day.
Mr. Chair, we could do that, putting that in there if you want to give the vendors the option either way, or if there is direction out of this council that we want a specific way, whether it's fixed amount or whether it's time and materials.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that is something that this committee needs to decide, and we can make it optional. I've seen it both ways, but usually it's either fixed bid or time and material. and not an option for the vendor. But it is something that the committee needs to decide. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we can weigh the pros and cons of that out when we come back to finalize this. I see the benefit of the fixed cost, but I also don't want to rule out companies and have them not bid on this because they don't do it that way. But it is a good point. I've got something here I wanted to maybe narrow down on page 21, scope of work, additional items. Number 3, a comparison of the number of per capita claims by state, including as assessment of other labor and employment metrics in states. I think that that is pretty broad, and they may or may not have access to other states' data, and they may end up spending a lot of time trying to figure that out. And so I wanted to discuss a way to kind of narrow that. If there's a place that we can get common practices maybe, or what other states are doing, that's one thing. But if we're going to send them all over the country to look at other states, that's something completely different. Deputy Secretary Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just kind of a few notes on that. I think you're accurate in saying that's probably not a best use of resources to try and get this audit firm to, scour, research, contact, try and find that information for other states. I think perhaps an appropriate narrowing of the scope may be a research or analysis of all publicly available audit data from other states in the country. We discussed it a little bit yesterday. We know that many other states are doing various audits and releasing numbers about how much fraud they believe to have been paid out. That's all going to be publicly available information, and it's going to be reported in the news in those states, so perhaps that helps them spend much less time if it's just that. I think broadly speaking, and this is well outside the scope of this audit, but just to make the comment that at a certain level, either the U.S. Department of Labor or another federal agency really needs to do a comprehensive audit of the larger UI system and the vulnerabilities, especially as it related to, the 30 states and territories that have some sort of mainframe or unmodernized component. That's well outside the scope here, but just wanted to make that comment that certainly something that I would hope USDOL is looking at.
Representative Clayton, and then Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you'd want to speak to this, or Mr. Deputy Secretary, if you'd want to speak to this, but when we think about narrowing this, there are some states that have completely modernized. I mean, usually you don't think of Mississippi as being the gold standard, but it's my understanding that their UI system is running quite well. So shouldn't we, if we're looking at narrowing things, shouldn't we think about states that are sort of in the same boat as we are? Or do we want to maybe choose a sample of one state that has modernized and has done really well in comparison to us, in comparison to a state that's maybe either doing worse or better? And again, I'm doing what I do, which is complicating matters. But, honestly, again, if our intent here is to get this really valid information, then yeah, a 50 state comparison might not necessarily be what we do. But in the past, we've done comparisons of small states or Midwestern states or what have you. So I don't know, though, what would be the best thing to pick. So Deputy Secretary, could you speak to that, please? Mr. Chair, do you mind me asking him?
Not at all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Representative. I think it's and this is a little more anecdotal on my end, but generally speaking, modernized states fared better, and generally speaking, modernized states were just able to shift and adapt more quickly as things changed throughout the pandemic. So I'd certainly say if there was any state-by-state comparison, one very important piece of information would be to, if we're looking at comparing fraud numbers across different states, I'd want to see obviously, the size of those states, but then to what extent are they modernized, if they're on a modernized benefit system or not, or if they're half modernized or they've completely modernized in the past 5 years. Like I said, I think from what I've seen anecdotally, generally speaking, modernized states just fared better. That's not to say that they didn't have their problems, and that's not to say that, some unmodernized states did better, some unmodernized states had more challenges. But that would be an important data point, at least I'd want to see if you're doing a state-by-state comparison.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good point. Eddie, would it be possible for Well, I know it's possible. You can do just about anything. Can you get, before we come back next week to recraft this, can you get us a state that has been audited and that has modernized and one that has not, that's similar to Kansas, so that we can have them compare to those? Okay, okay. Mr. Hayes.
If I could just clarify to echo what Deputy Secretary said, the modernization, I would say within the last 5 years, because by definition, some states that modernized 20 years ago, I don't know that that's a fair representation of where we're trying to go.
Ms. Gibbons?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in listening to the conversation, the question that I have is to Senator Pittman's point I don't mean to go backwards, but his recommendation, and I feel like the agreement of doing a best practices, where the future should go. Does this align with that? Because it sounds like this is research that we're asking and also recommendations based on what they're finding. Does that couple up together in some way? Just an observation.
I think it does. Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a little late on it, though, but I did kind of have that same wonder that you did on this language. And this is not language that was written in statute like most of this document is. And so part of me wondered if we shouldn't just strike this section and see if we can task, I've never done this as a non-legislator, but see if we can task like research or someone to build this for us so we're not wasting auditor time on this specific instance that we might be able to pull from research, or even under, our next agenda item, the state workforce agencies, Deputy Secretary Brady may be able to say that they may be able to, I don't know if they have a listserv or something that may be able to push some of that data towards us. When I read this, I just had to wonder if we shouldn't maybe just strike it and find an alternative way to get that data instead of using an auditor to do it.
I think you're probably correct that research can get this stuff over time. Item 3, yes, item 3. So, and we can discuss that when we come back. But yeah, I think I'm kind of leaning that way as well. It's a lot of time. If we're going to have them look at, first of all the states would be unaffordable. And then when you start looking at, are we going to have them read a 90-page audit and bill us for 5 hours from another state? And so that's something we can talk about when we come back. But I think I'm leaning in the same direction you are. Senator Tyson.
I'll defer to Phil Hayes again. I think you had your hand up.
Mr. Hayes? Nope.
Didn't? Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. The next item that I had on the...
I'm sorry to interrupt. Susan Estes, or Rep. Estes, had her hand up here. I want to make sure we get her in case you want to talk about that last thing.
Yes, that's exactly where I was. Thank you so much. I agree that we can move this to a place where it makes more sense through research. But I think if we put it back to research, it also allows us to expand the number of states that we look at. And maybe what we find is something that we share with the auditors that they can take a look at when they give us recommendations. It might be helpful for them. And because I do think the two concepts go hand in hand. If you're going to make recommendations, it's good to see what other states found so they can incorporate that.
Eddie's pumped that we're going to look at more states. Senator Tyson, next subject.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had on this, one of my concerns is the way that it's written, in the sense that we're accepting the reported fraud, but we're not going beyond. Again, as Mr. Miller said, we want to make sure that we cover, that we don't just get a report that's returned to us that said, yes, you had fraud. So I don't know what language that would need, Mr. Chairman, in the sense that we allow some leeway with the vendor to explore avenues of fraud that we may not have considered. And I think you touched on this a little bit earlier, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Justin Stowe, would you be able to comment on that?
Yeah, so I take Senator Tyson's point. I can look at the RFP and work with Mr. Day in case we think there's some added tweaks to make that clear that it's not just reported fraud. On our part too, our approach is looking for fraud that would not have necessarily been reported to the department later. It includes that fraud as well. We're working closely with the department, so we're kind of working in tandem together to put that fraud estimate together. But of course, our methodology is looking beyond what was simply reported to the department or by the department. It has a different analysis, and I think the expectation would be the same here, clearly.
I'm sorry, that audit is going to be released on August 15th, is that what you're saying?
It's actually it'll be late August, Mr. Chairman. We're looking probably closer to the August 30th, but the day that we release that to the committee, I will contact you so that the council, we can make that available to the council that same day or that closely, wherever it aligns with the council's schedule. But it's going to be in late August that we release that to the post-audit committee.
Director, would it be, is that too far out if we waited to do the pre-bid conference until after we've reviewed that audit? Say if we did it in the first week of September and we reviewed that audit and then had the pre-bid conference, is that pushing the timeline out too far?
Mr. Chair, that is entirely up to this council as to what dates you want to push it out to. Just remember that any compression of time may increase your cost of whatever the information that you're wanting out of a true audit by May 1.
Mr. Hayes.
I was just going to remind us that the initial report that's due May 1 really isn't into the data deep dives, and Mr. Stowe is nodding in agreement, I believe, and if you have anything to add, I think that makes a lot of sense to push the pre-bid question process once we have the second post-audit.
Mr. Chair, I agree. We might want to have a vote on that. Sorry.
Well, that will be in the final RFP. The pre-bid conference would be in the date will be put into the final document. And so maybe by next week, we'll have a better idea when that audit will be back. And Director Day.
And Mr. Chair, we can always post the RFP and continue to, push those dates even further out if you wish to. But have the RFP just sitting out there with specific dates, and then if we change any dates along the way, we can make that change so that it goes out to all the vendors and they see the changes of dates. But the initial RFP is sitting out there so that vendors could begin working on a proposal. There are numerous ways we can definitely work around this.
Okay, great. Susan, or Representative Estes.
I apologize. I forgot to lower my hand.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering if there was any leeway with legislative post-audit on that, any chance that the committee meeting could be moved up and the release maybe a week or two sooner is all I was going to try to see if there was some wiggle room there.
Mr. Stowe.
Mr. Chairman, I could always talk to the chair, Representative Williams, about that. I mean, that is her jurisdiction. Just one of the things, as an aside, we're trying to bundle that meeting with a bunch of other audit reports. So we have a big audit on Star Bonds and some others that we were trying to put out. I'd have to check also internally with the team. I don't know which of those audits is the one that is pushing us towards the latter end of August. So I'll look into that and get back to the council in terms of what the possibilities may be there.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you. And maybe the chairman would be acceptable to a dual meeting to release the unemployment report.
I'll have to discuss that with the chair of that committee, but we can certainly tune in if that's not a thing we can do. I mean, it might be executive session, some of it, so we wouldn't be able to be in the room unless we were on the committee.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director Day?
Mr. Chair, going back to the issue of waiting on the report from Legislative Post Audit before a lot of these dates move forward within this RFP, that conversation did come up within the last week and a half, that it would be, and I'm just throwing this out there, that it might be prudent for this council to view some of that information. So it goes right along with what you're trying to do now with moving those dates a little further out for this particular RFP.
Okay, any further comment on that subject? Any other issues or questions about the audit? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to jump up to the page 20. It's highlighted in yellow. The Kansas Department of Labor is responsible for paying the cost of the audit subject to appropriations, therefore. I just want to make sure that if there's companies that think that the funding may not be available, they may not choose to bid. So this leaves it to question maybe to some companies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director Day.
Mr. Chair, that language is elsewhere in this entire RFP. It's also in contractual language that if appropriations are not available, the language is spread out through other places within the RFP.
But if I may, Mr. Chairman, that the funding was available. It was made in the legislation that we passed this year, if I'm not correct.
The LCC has issued a number that they have approved, so the funding is there. But just like everything else around here, in appropriations and ways and means, almost anything can happen, and it could be unfunded or defunded at the beginning of next year. However, once we contract it, it's contracted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just know that this makes it vague as to whether the funding will be available.
Is that something, Director Day or Mr. Stowe, that is common or boilerplate?
As far as...
Or is that something we can remove?
This whole sentence we could remove we could remove that if you want. The document that the last 2 or 3 pages of the RFP, which is the state's DA 146A, deals with appropriation or funds not being available as well. So either way, I can definitely remove that language.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The language that he's referring to as standard, this one's spelled out specifically in a different section. I'm not that familiar with RFPs, but I've never seen it broken out that separately. And maybe it's something we need to do to make our bidders aware.
Let's look at removing that, or I think we can just remove it, because it is what it is. It's redundant. Any other issues? Senator Tyson.
Mr. Chairman, the last time you asked me to read a document, correct? So on section 4 of the scope, one of the items that was brought up during discussion to me, this section will be items that were previously posted by Legislative Post Audit. They'll probably, or by the Department of Labor, they'll probably just reconfirm those numbers. But I would like to also add in that request that a number of businesses that were fraud, you're doing a multi-year look back on this. And I was just wondering if we could, a 5-year look back on the claims, if we could also, we've talked about individual fraudulent claims, but I do know that the department has investigated businesses that are fraud. And I think that would be useful for us to see if we recognize a pattern there also, since it's a 5-year look back, Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Tyson's correct. That's, especially pre-pandemic, one of the areas of fraud we focused on. If it's the will of the council to adopt that as a provision of this audit, the term I would recommend using is fictitious employer scheme, just to use the accepted terminology from labor agencies.
Okay, we can put that in there. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of piggybacking off of that one, since we are doing a 5-year look back, should we maybe have something that tells us what kind of fraud happened? I mean, during COVID, we kind of know what kind of fraud there was and what happened just from media reports. But, there could be someone that clicked a button in 2018 and received an extra week's unemployment that weren't supposed to. I mean, Mr. Hayes is on the Unemployment Security Board, so he probably sees those kinds of items a lot more. But I don't want them to start compiling information of John Smith received an extra week of unemployment and $480 in 2018. I mean, do we really want to know that, or do we want to break that out in some way? I mean, maybe just get a little bit more specific on that.
Mr. Hayes.
I would just say identifying maybe improper payments and then truly fraudulent payments. And it looks like Deputy Secretary probably has something to add as well.
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Hayes is correct. It's definitely important to make the distinction between just an improper payment versus a fraudulent payment. I don't have the exact language in front of me, but generally something's only considered in the fraudulent category if an individual knowingly and willingly attempted to misinform or deceive the agency in the pursuit of unemployment benefits. If someone, makes a genuine and honest mistake, that's still an improper payment and an overpayment, but they're not considered to have done so fraudulently. I'll just kind of add very briefly, since Mr. Miller brought up the topic, and I think it's an important one, there are many different types of fraud. We've talked a lot in this council and over the past year about identity theft specific fraud, because that's been the biggest bucket during the pandemic. If we're looking back, though, I've discussed with this council, there's wage fraud instances, there's fictitious employer, which we just discussed. There's the identity theft we've seen during the pandemic. There were certainly cases pre-pandemic where we'd see someone taking advantage of a member of their own family, whether that's a disgruntled spouse or someone using their children to try and claim benefits fraudulently on someone else's behalf. So there's definitely a few different buckets there, and I think if there is that look back, something that the agency would work very hard with the auditors to do is ensure that they understand each of those different buckets, and then of course the difference between a fraudulent overpayment and an improper payment. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, and more, I should have probably more elaborated on it, but more, I think my point is, all of us who were in committee on this bill, we went round and round on the fraud ban on it multiple times. One of the reasons we looked at that was, I think it was 2017, which would fall within this 5-year period. General Motors paid some employees that were laid off for the 4th of July, and they got placed on the 5-year fraud ban. And I think my point on that is we don't want to get a list of 1,000 people in 2017 that were doing it. I know that the statutory language says knowingly and willingly, but we're a government and there's a new administration every 4 years. And when, not every administration treats it as knowingly and willingly. So those people were on the fraud ban, meaning their payments are going to be deemed fraudulent. I just think we need to put those in that bucket because we don't want to see 1,000 people out of Kansas City, Kansas were on that list when they're off. We fixed it. It's done now. Maybe we incorporate it, but we break it out so it's not in the overall number. More is my point.
Okay, I don't know that they're not going to give us specifics. We do need to get the number for improper payments, though, so they will have to look at it. That's part of the statute, and that's part of the reimbursement that goes back into the trust fund. And so they will have to look at it. But I don't think anyone is just like Justin said, they're going to do a cross-reference of it and then make an estimate off of, a best guess. Any other discussion on that? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, may I
Representative
proceed?
Estes. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate what Mr. Miller was saying, because I do think there are some, I want to be leery of capturing up people who didn't cause something to happen. When we talk about improper payment, I'd like us to drill down to how many of those were created by the claimant and how many of those created internally, because I am aware of some cases where people reported that they received more pay than they should, and it was very difficult for them. And I think that's going to help give Department of Labor some process feedback when we identify some of those and look at how they happen and how we can help prevent that in the future. So I would not only favor having improper payments, but breaking those down from which side of the equation they occurred.
Okay, thank you. Hold on just a minute. Mr. Bean, I see you back there. Are you, do you have a few more minutes? I have you on the schedule for 11. Are you pressed for time? Do we need to? Okay, let's hold off on the rest of this discussion for now, if that's okay, and let Mike Bean has agreed to give us a quick update on the My Reemployment Plan.
Thank you, Representative, and sorry to butt in on the great discussion, but hopefully it's a little change of pace that allows you to refresh a little bit. I appreciate the invite to give you an update on the My Reemployment Plan and activity associated with that. I'll tell you where we're at, some of the things that have gone on, and what likely will happen on Friday, July 16th. To date, a little over 16,000 individuals have been notified that they are participating in the My Reemployment Plan. Little refresh, it's individuals who have received 3 consecutive weeks of unemployment benefits are notified via email with instructions on how to complete the plan and process. Basically 2 steps: create or upload a resume to kansasworks.com, complete the My Reemployment Plan, and you're in compliance. Those people who are not in compliance will start to have their benefits suspended starting this Friday, July 16th. Some automated things that we've done through user feedback. The My Reemployment Plan form has been automated, so the required information is required. It's an automatic submittal that goes in, so there's hopefully reduces the user error that we've seen associated with that. We've launched an FAQ link. We've also launched instructional videos on how to navigate through Kansas Works to create or upload a resume, and also to complete the My Reemployment form. This week we're on a all-out, I'll call it, reminder blitz to those. I mentioned the 16,000 that were notified as of yesterday around noon. About 8,000 of that, so about half, are in compliance. So we've launched a media blitz this week, not only through daily press releases, social media platforms, but also radio and TV throughout the week, reminding individuals that, hey, Friday's the deadline. If you don't complete these 2 requirements, your benefits will be suspended, and then you will have to complete the My Reemployment Plan before benefits are, I'll call, reinitiated, if that makes sense. And I'll stand for any questions if the group has any.
Have you received feedback from the business community as far as them being able to hire people or offer people jobs, or are people coming to interviews, that kind of thing?
the little feedback, and I'll be honest with you, it's been probably a couple dozen employers that I've talked to who have had referrals from the My Reemployment Program, are appreciative of the applications and are interviewing people. We won't know, I guess, employment type statistics till a quarter into the wage period when we collect wage data. But overall, the response, and I think a couple committee members asked, what percent of Kansas businesses are using the kansasworks.com site last time. At that time, it was a little over 12%, which seems small, but keep in mind there's several thousand large and small businesses in Kansas. We saw that number increase since the last time we met to 15%. So feel pretty good about the outreach and involvement and engagement from businesses. We've actually had more businesses being engaged with our workforce centers across the state, trying to, no pun intended, tap into that talent that's participating in the program. We have seen that those people who come into the centers, engage in the services in a more intimate face-to-face environment, are more likely to take advantage of all the other services available, whether that be training services, reemployment type initiatives, compared to those that just do it through an automated means, which is fine, engage in a virtual fashion, but those more likely to take advantage of all the other services are those coming into the centers.
How are you funding all of that?
Through our traditional USDOL workforce-related grants. To be technical, it's a Wagner-Pfizer Employment Services type grant. The activities associated with the My Reemployment Plan and also our normal services are allowable within that. Training services, reskilling type services, supportive services are funded through the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, otherwise known as WIOA. Yep.
Any questions?
Representative, you asked about the FTE, where we have that position posted and hope to have that filled soon.
Okay, so it was just one?
Yeah.
I thought you wanted,
What?
Rep Hoffman, do you remember that? I thought it was like 2 or 3.
What we've done is it's one full-time coordinator to help with the data management, and then we have a couple other positions that are like half to a quarter FTE that are helping, within the different offices.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Mr. Chair?
We have 6,000 people to choose from,
Right.
so
Yep.
that'd be nice. It'd be neat to hire one of those.
Actually, what's been very unique, we've had a lot of positions, or not a lot, a few positions open within our centers, and we've been able to tap into this talent pool that's engaging the system now. So it's been a benefit for us, too.
Some of the other departments, are they doing the same thing?
Yes.
That's great.
Yep.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Bean. Hey, 2 questions. One, you said in the last week you've automated the form submission. Is that what I heard?
Correct.
And does that mean you've taken the information from the Department of Labor and automated the upload process for enrollment or something like that, or is it something different?
2 things to address the point you just made. So on a weekly basis, an interface between Katie Wells' system and Kansas Works takes place, moving those individuals who qualify for My Reemployment Plan into our data system, enrolling them in My Reemployment so that they can be tracked with some basic demographic information. The form I was referring to is the My Reemployment Plan form. We moved that to an HTML format, so it's accessible not only from a computer, but also a phone and an iPad or a desktop device. That form is very, it has the things that are required to be filled in before you can press submit. Once it's submitted, it goes to our staff for processing, and the claimant's notified that they're in compliance, or hey, you still need to complete the resume portion. Does that help?
It does, and we're all about security this week.
Right.
You've got secure information being transferred over. You've got secure information being processed by these individuals. You've got security protocols on top of all that you put in place. It seems like you've gone really quick, which is fantastic, but quickness breeds vulnerabilities, right? So I was just
right.
Just tell me that you've got some security protocols and you're putting those in place, or they're already in place, please.
Yes, we have all of that, and trust me, data and information security is at the heart of anything, any decision that we make. Not only at the Department of Labor, but at Department of Commerce in Kansas Works, we have security information officers, and honestly, I can probably speak for labor on this. We're not taking a step without them involved in it, as far as information security.
Great. And then the second point of my question was just, you said about half of the folks, we got 16,000, 8,000 of them are in compliance, and I might have the numbers wrong. What I anticipate is going to be a bunch of people who might be slow to the uptake on this new type of situation. And do you have a plan in place when they start getting their payments rejected, working with the Department of Labor or some kind of a phone bank messaging set up? I mean, is there somehow you're going to be able to work with individuals who aren't as technically savvy to jump onto that website? That sounds like it's a good leap forward to work them through the process, other than, tell them to go into the work centers. I mean, are there phone operators that can handle some of this so that when we have thousands of people calling, that we're going to be able to, work with them on this? Or are you expecting the Department of Labor to handle that?
No, it'll be a joint partnership, and trust me, we're preparing for the worst and hoping for the best.
Sure.
We know historically when the My Reemployment Program was operational in 2018, 2019, that we'd have batches of intensity, if that makes sense, especially with those that are trying to get back on their benefits. We are prepared. KDOL's prepared, both in our phone banks, on our chat function. We're likely over-prepared. And then we have staff keyed up within the workforce centers to work extended hours to not only engage virtually, but if someone comes in that needs help with the technical pieces of it.
Fantastic. That's good to hear. I hope it works, and I hope you're capturing some of the metrics.
Yeah.
That will help explain that story over the next few weeks and months, to talk about the hopeful success you have there.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that as we progress, we'll have some more data to share as far as employment, referrals, engagement type stuff that we can share back with the committee.
Deputy Secretary, do you have anything to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, just to what Mike said, we're preparing for, a little bit of a blitz or intensity, but we have done a lot of work last week, and we're doing a ton of work this week, both labor and commerce, to try and drive as many claimants to compliance, as possible. And then just a note, for especially the legislators on this committee, there are some people that at the end of the day will not be in compliance with this program, and we have to turn off their benefits. So you may see a slight uptake in constituents that have an issue. Obviously, our teams will work together to get them in compliance with the program and then get their benefits reinstated. But just wanted to flag that for this group. And then, Mr. Chairman, I did have one question for Mike, if I could.
Go ahead.
Mike, I heard you talk about 12% of employers that are connected with Kansas Works, and I was just thinking, we have a lot of folks on this council that are legislators that talk to businesses a lot, or members of the business community. Is there any advice you'd give to this council as we talk to members of the business community about, one, making sure they're connected with Kansas Works if they're trying to find folks to fill their jobs, or two, what the best ways for them to utilize it is, especially now that we have this population that's being pushed there through My Reemployment Plan?
That's a good point. Probably one of the easiest ways is if you're talking to employers, have them reach out to their closest workforce center. And we have business service team staff available to help them not only post opportunities on the website, but also engage in talent referral, in-house job fairs, virtual job fairs. The system does allow an employer to self-serve, to create an account and post their own resumes, but I think for the biggest bang for the buck and also engaging this particular pool of talent is to contact the center and engage with one of the business service team members who will help with a full array of services to link talent to their needs.
Deputy Secretary, could you tell us when somebody logs in to enter their information for didn't work, no income this week, Is there any notification on there that they will need to send a resume in by the end of the third week?
So, Mr. Chairman, when someone first becomes eligible for my reemployment plan, they receive that notification that they have 7 days to complete the requirements that Mike spoke about. If someone is found to be out of compliance, they're issued a determination from KDOL. That determination will basically say, the agency found that you were not in compliance with the provisions of my reemployment plan. For your benefits to be reinstated, you will need to contact Kansas Works and do X, Y, and Z. That we are also working to do, in addition to the determination letter that goes out, a email letting claimants know that they are out of compliance, just to get as much information to them as quickly as possible. And then when they log into their getkansasbenefits.gov account, they'll also see on that week that there's a non-monetary issue that's preventing their payment. And that determination has been sent to them.
Can we be specific on that when they log in so that they could see it right there and click a link maybe and go to the Kansas Work, or is that messing with a system that's going to blow up?
Yeah, Chairman, I will ask that question. I'm shooting a little bit from the hip here, but the mainframe is pulling from that non-E screen with the numbers that we displayed yesterday, and it's basically seeing, okay, there's a 2 issue, which is why it's being stopped. And that's, I guess, when the system was designed, that's why it says there's a non-monetary issue and you've been mailed a determination. So it does tell them to expect to see that determination. I'll ask if it's feasible to do that though on the system.
Okay, and then in the past, like with the LexisNexis stuff, when a whole bunch of people got kicked out, it was difficult for them to call in. Once they got in, they were notified, okay, yes, you are who you are, who you say you are. But then it would take several weeks for their benefits to catch up because there was another step there. So when you have a discussion with a claimant and they do the process, will their benefits, the person on the phone, are they empowered to reissue the benefits, or does it have to go to another department like the LexisNexis?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, the way the legislation is structured, we have our process is that Commerce reports that compliance to us. Because my reemployment plan is housed within Kansas Works and Commerce, our agents, they can see on our side that my reemployment plan is the reason they're currently not receiving benefits, but they cannot do, assist them with the resume or anything because it runs through the Department of Commerce. So for us to reinstate or turn benefits back on, it's when Commerce reports back to us, claimant Y is in compliance with my reemployment plan, which then zeroes out or eliminates that issue on non-E that was preventing their payments.
So does that happen every night or every day?
Peter, I think it's weekly, if I remember right, but
I believe it's weekly, and the reason it is because benefits are paid. You're filing for the week that was previously completed. So running it every day for claimants wouldn't make a difference, but we can run it at the end of the week to catch everybody that came back into compliance that week, so that the week they're about to file for, if they're back in compliance, they'll be eligible.
Okay, good. Any other questions? Seeing none online and seeing none in the room. Thanks so much for the
Thank you, sir.
update. Congratulations on the early success.
yeah. we hope
Fingers
to have-
crossed, fingers
Yeah.
crossed that we get 8,000 more resumes
Right,
this
I
week.
agree. Thank you.
Okay, committee, we have another conferee coming in or zooming in at noon, and so that's the next stop, the hard stop. Can we take a 5-minute break and then come back and finish or make more progress on the audit? Who? And lunch is here. Lunch today is provided by the Overland Park Chamber of Commerce and the Wichita Chamber of Commerce. They kind of teamed up, and Kevin Walker is here representing the Overland Park Chamber. So thank you very much, sir, for lunch. And lunch is for the members of the committee or council, the staff, and staff for KDOL, and as well as the auditors. Come back in 5 minutes. Council, we're back. And we're going to resume discussion on the suggested changes to the scope of the audit. Senator Tyson, did you have any other topics?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple more briefly. Let me pull them up.
Go ahead.
Thank you. One of the items I was wondering if we could do is on page 22, we discussed the demographic of the person that will be working on the contract. If we could add to that in the request of their experience, also the security level and background checks that they have had. I think that would make it easier for us when we're trying to make a decision on a vendor.
Where is that?
Page 22, it's one of the first items. It asks for their address, phone number, demographic information, work experience.
Okay. And what were you wanting to change it to?
I would like to add their security backgrounds, like I know what level of security background checks they've had.
Representative Clayton?
Thank you. Senator, when we talk about what level of security background checks they've had, is there a universal type of language that we would be using?
Senator Tyson?
There is standard language for this. They would be aware of that. Thank you.
Any discussion on that? It seems pretty straightforward. Seeing none. Another?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this would be helpful or not, but based on some of the discussion we had, to add to that request also that their work status in the United States, whether they're a citizen or here on a work permit.
Director Day?
Senator Tyson, I'm going to ask a clarifying question, I guess. Are you talking about the vendor generally, or if it's an individual vendor, or do you want like a vendor that's, let's say Deloitte Touche, who's going to have 15 people working on this? Do you want the status of each individual of the 15 that are working on this?
That is how we requested the information, and so that would be an expansion of. Okay. Yes, and if we say it, if we look at it on page 22, it says, each responder shall provide technical proposal in a tabular format, and then one of the first items asked for is provide the name, title, address, email address, telephone number for all individuals who may be assigned to work on this project. That is part of the response. So I'm just expanding that to include, besides their email, phone number, that we have their background, security, and their status, being able to work in the United States.
Okay.
And I think that would go along with an amendment that Senator Holland, I know it did get line item vetoed, but Senator Holland made an amendment in the budget this year on verification of employment, and I think it would just be along those lines to verify that we do have legal employees.
Okay. Seeing no discussion on that. Anything else?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I'll make it the final item for today. When we're looking at this audit, again, I'll stress Mr. Miller's words, we just don't want a document that's returned that said we had a problem. We all know we had a problem. We're trying to find out the cause of the problem. And so we've asked for patterns and data on items. I'm hoping that they can put timelines in with that data. I know that there were several leadership changes during this pandemic and other items, and so timeframes might also help us with patterns of security issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I know we discussed timeline previously, but that was before and after the stops were put in, but you're looking for more of a timeline as far as how we know we had a huge spike in January.
I'm looking for a timeline on personnel changes, maybe also that corresponds with the security issues.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Hayes?
I was just going to say on item 2A, we're going to get some time stamps with that because we're asking for a breakout of the federal programs as well as the state. So there may be some, but I don't know if it's as deep as what you're looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm looking for is that the data points have timestamps on them, that when they return us data items, that we know when that data, that snapshot of that data
Okay.
is what I'm looking at. And I'm not trying to, it comes back to the, maybe one of the questions we haven't asked is, as the administration changed, did the security or the policies change in the system? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pittman?
I think that it's good to have it called out that we want time-phased, where possible, time-phased information on our report back, especially around fraud and quantification. I think it's a reasonable request. And then just putting that in there, I think would make sure that they know that we're expecting time. We've specified it with the audit department. We've specified it with the Department of Labor in terms of looking at report outs. I think just putting somewhere in here that we expect the results where possible to be time phased. I think that's a great request and will help build a picture to understand how things change over time and how those different changes affect things, because there's often a lag of effect that might be noticed as well. So I think it's good to call it out somewhere, not just in section 2. Maybe we put it as a general kind of report out requirement. I'm not sure.
Senator Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is kind of a question or a comment for Peter. Legislature, before we left, one of the last things we did, we suspended the waiting week. It took a week away from you guys being able to do the research with the businesses and that to see if it's verified employment. Can we put in, or part of that, can we check and see by not having that waiting week, how many fraudulent cases actually, can we figure out how many actually happened because we suspended that waiting week? It's one thing that the federal, I'm thinking we did that, right? It's already in here? Okay.
We did that, yeah, and it's a line item in here already.
That's
but
what
that
I
is-
thought, but I wanted to make sure. I mean, I think that's important. I think that's part of the pressure that the legislature put a little pressure as well on the system by eliminating that week. And, that's why I think it's, on my earlier comments, we've got to revamp how we communicate with businesses. And I hope the Labor Department comes up with a new process and more advanced method that's easier and better, because eliminating that waiting week really, I think, hurt us and allowed a lot of the fraud to happen. So, thank you.
Deputy Secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a quick note on that to provide everybody kind of the context that wasn't involved in the initial waiting week discussion. Part of the CARES Act said that if as a state we chose to waive the waiting week, the federal government would pay that waiting week. So in essence, it would take a little bit of the burden off of the trust fund as 1 week would be federally funded. Just one other comment, Mr. Chairman. I think what I've kind of heard from the committee discussion here is that it would be valuable for this audit or whatever the final deliverable is to note some of the key milestones. We've got key pieces of legislation that were passed at various times, dates at which programs or other initiatives were deployed on the technology side. As was noted, there were several different leadership changes within the agency as well. So I think, and I don't know the proper phrasing here, but I think what we were trying to get at is making sure we note all of those crucial milestones and how they may or may not have had an impact on the fraud situation.
It looks like you have agreement. Any further discussion? I'm not seeing any online or in the room. Any other issues or concerns with the audits? Justin Stowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair.
I just wanted to update the council. I did talk to my team. They're already running up against tight deadlines to have this labor audit ready by the end of August, so we will not be able to move that up. Appreciate Senator Tyson's question. Sometimes we can do that. In this case, we won't. We'll be hard pressed to get that to the post-audit committee in the later end of August.
Okay, thanks for that information. I'll get with the chair of that committee and find out what day that meeting is going to be and see about coordinating with them.
Mr. Chair,
Senator Pittman.
what's the next course of action on this? We've discussed it. We've caught it to a point. We know that Mr. Day is going to come back with some modifications next time we meet. And then we've got a proposal that maybe we wait to issue it or we issue it now and perhaps extend the deadline. Is the next course of action to get all the modifications in and then vote on it next meeting, put it out on the website as a request for proposal with an indeterminate or an initial deadline? And then if we decide to wait until after the post-audit second report to issue this, is that the kind of idea we're going with?
Yes, we're going to come back the next, is it Wednesday or first day? Wednesday, and discuss the changes and approve the draft and get it posted. And that draft will have the initial dates in there, and it would be my intent to have the pre-bid conference towards the end of the window of the RFP deadline, but also after we review the audit from post-audit, because I think that by reviewing it that way, we'll be able to narrow the scope even more, or at least show the auditors, the bidders anyway, that we've done a lot of work and that they can start with that and build off of that, and maybe that will affect the scope of the audit and the cost of the audit. And so that would be my intent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's a good idea.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Eddie and Mr. Day for all their work on this. I know it's not easy to pull this stuff together, and it's always easier to be the second set of eyes looking at it. And some of these topics we had brought up before, but some of them we hadn't. So I really appreciate everybody's work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and so that was the request. We asked them to expedite the process, bring us something to work from that was boilerplate, and to stick in everything we talked about last meeting. And so they did a great job of that. And then the purpose of this meeting was to kind of dial down on it, and I think we did a good job. Thank you for your work on this. Director Day.
Mr. Chair, if I might, just one final comment along this whole RFP process. You know, the dates are set in House Bill 2196 for the reporting requirements of May 1, 2022, and then September 1 of 2022 for a final report. You know, I kept talking about a compression of time if we were to hold off on this. Well, you could always get the initial report into the legislature on May 21, and then a refinement of that report from the vendor by September 1 of 2022. So that really gives them the extra 4 months to refine their final product that they want to send in to us as well. So.
Okay, so you're saying the time crunch is not that big of a concern if we were to wait a few extra days to receive the audit?
That would be correct. And the time crunch would only be how much information do you really want on May 1 versus a refined product that would be coming in on September 1, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the audit, we'll shelf that until the next Wednesday. Thanks so much for everyone's work. We'll recess until a couple minutes before noon, so you got about 5 minutes. And I told you guys yesterday I was on a congressional roundtable, and that's where I met this gentleman. And he was a wealth of knowledge on identification, theft, and protection. And I instant messaged him during that conversation to see if he could join us today. Hopefully we can learn something from him going forward, so that when we do this modernization, we can make sure that we've got everything that top-notch that we need. So Pete, I'll let you give a little background on yourself. I went to your website, but you guys are humble, so you just have your pictures. And so I'd like to, give them a little background on yourself and then get into your presentation. Do we have a presentation? Did you send it?
Yeah, I have one that I can queue up if I can share the screen. If not, I can send it over to you guys right now.
You can share the screen.
Okay, great. We do all that stuff at once. I appreciate the invitation today. It's great to join you guys. To your point, quick background on me. My name is Pete Eskew. I'm the general manager of the public sector business here at ID.me. I've been here about 2 years. Prior to that, I've been in government and technology for the last decade. I went to school at the Harvard Business School as well as the University of Michigan. I met our co-founder, Blake Hall, at Harvard Business School. ID.me is a 10-year-old company that has really grown over the last few years as we've really inhabited the identity verification space. So I really want to thank you guys again for having me on today. Let me see if I can queue up my screen to make sure I can share the presentation, because I put a lot of work into it. And all of these new tools, you need to make sure you have the right capabilities. We need to learn new tools every day.
If you email that over to Edward Pinner, he would be able to pull it up for you.
Okay, let me just do that then. Let me make a copy, entire presentation.
I can do that if you want to just talk a little bit.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Mayor is one of my colleagues who I asked to join, so you can send it over to Edward Pinner, please, Mayor. So what I think makes sense is to talk about who ID.me is, what brought us here today, the scale of the problem, and what we're doing about it, and also answer any questions that you all might have. ID.me is the only credential service provider certified at the NIST 863-2 as well as -3 standards by the Cantera Initiative. What that means is, in other words, we are an identity verification and login company trusted by Veterans Affairs, the Social Security Administration, the IRS, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, as well as the Department of Commerce. But more importantly, for this call, we are also utilized by 27 different states to power their state workforce administrations. We all have different names, but to make sure that we can proof and identity verify individuals prior to them applying for unemployment insurance or pandemic unemployment assistance. We started this initiative with the states last June 29th, 2020, and like I said, have grown to over 27 different states, not including Kansas, unfortunately. But of those 27 state workforce agencies, the population is about 80% of the potential US population, including California, Texas, New York, Florida, Georgia, just to name a few. We verified over 4.8 million Americans in that time, about 2 million new accounts a month as we continue to grow over the entire ID.me network. ID.me has 50 million different users that utilize our application. Importantly, we've stopped about 2.4 million as well as climbing fraudulent claims that could total about $48 billion of taxpayer money, depending on how you calculate those different awards. For example, some states backdate their claims back to the start of the pandemic. Other states simply do a weekly sort of dividend payment. So the calculus varies on the type of state that you're working with. Fraud comes in a couple of different places and a couple of different sizes, but I'll sort of speak to the main types. Now, historically, unemployment insurance has been attacked by some criminals. The federal government has baked in about a 10% fraud rate, really more along the lines of eligibility. Now, what occurred with the pandemic is that a lot of states, as well as the federal government, really suspended the eligibility requirements, and thus fraud has spiked to about 40%, sometimes even 50%, prior to a company like ID.me coming in and inserting our controls that I'll get to in a moment. But the main types of fraud we see are basic identity theft. You're talking about 20% of every claim could be stolen via basic identity theft. Everybody's information on this call, really all Americans' information is out there via the various data breaches that we've seen from Equifax, OPM, Anthem Healthcare over the last decade. And so criminals are able to buy that bundle of data for kind of a couple bucks and then apply in your name. A growing vector that we see is social engineering, or in essence, when there's a victim in the loop issue. And so whether it's knowingly or unknowingly, the true holder of the identity is giving over his or her information to an attacker. Some of the scams are rather sophisticated. You can see romance scams or job scams or prize money scams, really targeting specific demographics of individuals. Just this past week, we were exposed to another job scam where an individual thought that they were interacting with an employer and a hiring agency. And of course, the hiring agency is asking them for certain documents, certain information, PII information that they are giving over with the thought or the intention of gaining a job. And then, of course, they find out later that their identity has been utilized at a different state workforce administration. One way we're able to see that just quickly is that we, similar to a Bank of America or similar to a Walmart, when your identity is used, you might say, hey, did you purchase this television at 1 a.m. at this Walmart? You're going to say, no, I don't know what this is. We do the same thing with a lot of our controls. Your identity was just utilized at the California EDD. Was this you? So again, to make sure that we can stay ahead of these attackers because they're rather sophisticated. The last one I want to speak to is masks, or the use of impersonation techniques to make sure that an attacker can really hide their identity. Because one thing that we do, which is different than every other vendor in the space, including the one that you guys use, is we enforce the NIST 863-3 standards, which makes the individual have to put their face on camera, whether it's with a live selfie, a biometric match, or if for some reason the individual fails, the unsupervised flow that I'll get into in a second, they are redirected to a call just like we're having right now, where the individual's on a FaceTime style call. They're talking to one of my agents in Virginia or Florida, and they're having a face-to-face conversation to ensure that they are the owner of the identity. So we've put all of these different checks in place to prevent fraud that is approaching massive and industrial scale that is unheard of really in our nation's history. So who is committing this fraud? It's organized crime, both foreign and domestic. You know, we recently put out a publication that stated over $400 billion of US taxpayer money has been lost, has gone largely overseas to Nigeria and Russia and some of the countries you think about offhand. Unfortunately, the U.S. organized crime game has gotten into the game as well, where they're seeing a very good ROI, just kind of a business standpoint, that it makes sense to participate in this game, where they're seeing perhaps better return on their investment than the usual avenues that they play, such as drug dealing and other sort of really nefarious activities. And so we're seeing an uptick in attackers. We're seeing an uptick in social engineering techniques. And one way we do that, of course, is that we monitor the dark web and that we're paying attention to what is out there. Kansas has been attacked. You have recently, it's recently been announced that you have the largest identity theft reported in the country. I'm sure you guys are talking about that today. That's part of my presentation that Mayor sent over. Reports are up to over 1,800% increase since this time last year. The FTC has reported that about 1.4 million claimed identity thefts have occurred since this time last year as well. So you're talking almost a 3,000% increase in basic identity theft. If you go back to that number that I started with, 20% of all claims are being stolen via basic identity theft. And if you don't have controls in place, you are at the mercy of these attackers just attacking you on a daily basis. So what have we done to prevent fraud? Again, we adhere to the NIST standards, the 863-3 standards, which the federal government put in place in the mid-2000s to make sure that identity proofing companies can prevent remote and scalable attacks. Oh, here's my presentation. So the idea there is that If it's a social engineering attack or somebody victim in the loop that might have access to your PII, they might be able to get through from time to time. But you can't see remote and scalable attack that we're seeing in terms of the industrial size capability. Now, what ID.me does is two core ways of verifying your identity. One is via our unsupervised flow. This is all NIST parlance to say, effectively going through the website, making sure you have the proper documentation, you control that identity information, and you're taking a live selfie view. So it's kind of like your Apple phone, making sure you can kind of gate that login capability. We also have a supervised flow that I talked about via a couple minutes ago that puts you into a real FaceTime match program with our trusted and certified trusted referees in Tampa as well as in Washington, D.C. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about right here in terms of how you get through the ID.me format. These are the three most common ways. We're set to release another avenue in the coming weeks for an in-person flow. Because what's lost in a lot of these conversations is the challenge that legitimate individuals are also having too. And so we're focusing on fraud, and I'm glad that you called this panel together today, but there's a number of legitimate individuals that struggle with technology, struggle with gaining access to their benefits. And so ID.me really rejects this notion that you have to choose either stronger controls and prevent fraud or having a sieve and allowing everybody through and just sort of playing with fire. We'll have the highest access rates in the country with the lowest fraud rates simply because we adhere to these controls, and this is how we do it. Mayor, are you controlling this, or is this somebody on your team, Steve? Either way, I think it makes sense to show some of the dark web intercepts to just justify what I'm saying to you today. So if you could scroll down to like right there, this is the type of fraud we're seeing. We've blocked an estimated 2.2 million, prevented about 44 billion. This is a 900% increase from this time last year. It is gross, it is growing, it is not going away. Here's where it comes from. Now, in terms of the evidence, unfortunately, you can go back to that last slide. Unfortunately or fortunately, this is not simply a state challenge or a state workforce challenge. This is a government program challenge. Attackers have been rewarded for their initiatives, and they see that there are other avenues to gain money, like I talked about, shelving some of their initial products and going to defraud the government, whether it's FEMA, the PPP program this time last year, or of course, the various PUA or UI programs that attackers are going in force to try and gain access to it. And so we monitor the dark web on a daily, hourly basis, if you will, to see what is happening here. And here's just a couple different anecdotes that we've talked about. Now you can go to that next slide. One of our recent states is New York, and here's sort of the dark web parlance, and excuse the language because it gets a little visceral, but this is how people talk. It's really jargony and code for I've got a bundle of fresh identity documents that I'm willing to sell to you. This guy's a big business guy that he's guaranteeing his product. If you have an issue, you can come back to him and get another fresh bundle. You might want to go to New York now because they have not launched with ID.me's full suite of controls to block you going forward. So this is a fire sale to get ahead of a coming installation of a more robust security framework. This gentleman is offering all of this at a great rate, and he's trying to sort of trick you into using these programs to gain access to what happens right there. So if you go to the next slide, unfortunately, this is a nationwide problem, and so if the amount of fraud in attacking one state such as New York doesn't just disappear overnight, it just goes to a safer place. So an equal state is Ohio in terms of population. So the size of their fraud increased when New York's fraud decreased after we inserted our controls. We have the privilege of working with a lot of states out west, and one of our state partners, Idaho, came to us and saying, every one of our neighbors that has adopted ID.me, once somebody else adopts ID.me, the fraud at the next state really increases dramatically. So we simply have to adopt you on defense, let alone offense. And so we see that pattern that fraud doesn't necessarily go away and say, we're going to wash our hands. They just go for the next front door to see what's easier to get through, and that's one of them. Unfortunately, here's some evidence of Kansas right now where you can see that there is no ID.me in place. And so this is where an attack could be imminent. I just said Kansas. I never said Massachusetts. In fact, Massachusetts does use ID.me, so that wouldn't be a place to play. Here's some other places to go get in quickly, because timing is of the essence before either more states adopt us or other controls get placed by other vendors or states like Kansas that might add different controls. I think the mask slide, unfortunately, is something to look at too, which is this is the type of stuff we see on an hourly basis where people are trying to dupe our controls. Don't look at this sort of late at night or over a meal, because it can be a little scary. But people are printing all kinds of masks. Some of them you can sort of see this is fake, this is easy to spot. Some of them are not. Some of them have eyes that move with you as if it's sort of a Mission Impossible style mask to try and trick the camera. Again, how are you going to stop that? Well, one is that we can see all these different techniques and we collect these faces. We tie it to an individual that has applied before, but also we'll just see patterns and make sure that we can look across all of our different states, look across our federal partners to ensure that we're ahead of these criminals, because they are investing all kinds of resources into this game. I guess one last slide I'll show is the next one, and then I'll pause to answer any of your questions to see if this is helpful, is that we are first and foremost, while an identity verification company, we have to have data back up all of our claims. And so as I talked about, we have the privilege of working with a number of state and federal partners. And so we know what good looks like. And so the VA, as highlighted in the blue box, is utilizing an older NIST 863-2 standard, the LOA 3 standard, which is in place because they have different checks afterwards. You have to be a veteran in order to get through their status. Mayor on my team, as well as Blake and a number of ID.meers, are veterans that we've worked with the VA since 2015 on their approach to gating identity. Now you can see the analytics in the blue column is what good looks like in terms of the type of fraud, type of analytics that should be associated with each check. The telecom check, the failed possession check, the sent link to the right account check. There are people that are going to try and sort of see what's out there, but for the most part, this is in the single digits of types of fraud that they will never get through because they won't pass our checks and they won't get past the VA checks. But in essence, you can see that there are a smaller amount of fraud that could possibly get through. Now, California is a state that we've been working with for about a year that has really been on the front lines of a lot of this fight, has gotten attacked early on. They backdate their claims back to at the start of the pandemic. They have the largest population. We inserted our controls in mid-November, where you have to have all of the possessions, you have to have the face, and you can see that their fraud rates are actually beneath VA, which is something that's really unheard of in this state unemployment crisis that we're all facing. The next three states are states that we sort of looked back at when we first started with them. And it's important to note that none of these people got through. The red analytics at the bottom show that these states were exposed to fraud, but by utilizing ID.me and having the face liveness check, none of these got through. But a state like Kansas that might be more at the whim of sort of basic identity theft or lack of biometric checks, you're going to see these analytics and see these numbers actually get past the ID.me access point and then apply to the state to gain access to your benefits. So I just want to put some of this in context, and hopefully that sets the scene, and looking forward to answering your questions and comments, and back to you guys.
Questions for Mr. Askew, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. I just want to give a little bit of brief history here. In 2015, I attempted to bring companies, in fact, I was working with Andy Emerson to get the Department of Revenue and others in the state of Kansas to use this technology. We also have a fraud issue with tax forms, false tax forms being filed. We could use this for voter fraud. This has so many applications. I'm very excited that you brought it to us. One of the items, the only item I was able to get passed in legislation in 2015 was to mandate electronic verification and checks on state benefits. But this would make perfect sense to be for the Department of Labor. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Pete, for the presentation and the information. I do have a quick question. You had indicated you work with more than 50% of the states. I would assume specifically in the unemployment, the fraud issue area. Your slide 16 indicated June 19th, Kansas was on the chatter. We didn't have an ID.me verification solution, didn't have a multi-factor identity theft verification piece in place at all. Do you work with any states that had a mainframe? Are you able to stack on the ID.me on the older technology?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I appreciate that. And the answer is yes. We are a very nimble technology solution that all we do is identity verification, proofing, and login. So we don't sort of move a legacy product into a space that is foreign to our controls. And so the majority of states you're seeing, Florida was our first state this time last year that we got up and running after 3 days. The secretary at the time, who has since left, said, I have an issue with, I can't trust my claimants. These are all backdated claimants that we have locked out because we can't trust, yet they're knocking on the door vociferously because they need their dollars to pay for the bills. How quickly can you get up and running? We can get up and running within 3 days. We watched you guys shut down your website over the weekend. We don't need to do that. We can do that with a federated protocol that will work with your tech team. And all of these 27 states you're working with have various layers of technology sophistication. Majority of them are not up to sort of 2021 specs, if you will. And so we have an ability to meet the states where they are technologically and get running right away.
I appreciate the response. This is a question that I beat the drum and made calls in June of 2020. It's interesting that your slide kind of corresponded with the times that we were in the chatter, and was told that the ID.me solution was not viable as a stack on our legacy system, and to learn now that you wouldn't even have had to interrupt claimants through that process, and that it was a quick 3-day turnaround. I appreciate your comments.
Appreciate that. I mean, it's somewhat disappointing, and it's not too surprising that misinformation comes from all shapes and sizes. Our whole goal is to help states that are really in a bind. I think all of our states have seen some challenging times these days, and I think Arizona is another great example where they adopted us early on. And there's really 3 types of applicants, if you will. There's the net new applicants. There are folks that were previously utilizing a legacy system and were blocked because the state didn't trust them, and so kind of siphoned them into a pool, if you will. And then there is the recertification attempt. If a state pays out claims every week, they force an applicant to reapply every week, whether there's eligibility constraints or whatnot. And so Arizona came to us in the fall of last year and said, we have a hypothesis that we are paying out too many claimants, but we just don't have the sort of infrastructure in place. And so what we did was we said, let's send everybody through on a Sunday. And what happened was about 70% of the traditional claimants that they had been seeing week over week stopped applying. And you would think that you're going to apply if you need these benefits because they are such a lifeline to so many individuals, that they're not applying because they can't get through because they are now blocked by sophisticated technology in place.
Okay, so yesterday we discussed this type of technology, facial recognition and cameras, and one of the possible issues with it came up, which was, what about the people that are computer illiterate? How do you handle people that either don't know how to use their cell phone or a computer to get on camera? Is there an alternate way of being identified?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. You know, we pioneered what we call virtual in-person proofing. It adheres to the NIST 863-3 standards. We rolled it out with the VA a couple years back, talked about our background as veteran-owned businesses. And so Blake Hall, in partnership with the VA, rolled this out. And it really is this pathway to people that struggle with technology or might not have access to the appropriate documentation at their fingertips. And so we've put 1.4 million citizens through our virtual in-person proofing sessions over the last year. And these are people that would be locked out. These are people that would go to your police stations. These are people that would call your helplines and really put a drag on the system. You know, GAO put a report out that IRS, I know it's IRS, so it might not be Kansas, but basically every time somebody calls the IRS, it's a $54 transaction for each individual. Everybody that goes in person to an IRS call center, it's an $89 event that happens every time. ID.me, we put that into the cost of our subscription, and we'll get through that last mile individual to the tune of about 80% of people go through our unsupervised flow, just the website traffic. About 15 to 20% will go through that virtual in-person flow. And in the next couple of weeks, like I talked about, we're going to actually roll out a in-person capability where individuals can go to a retail outlet close to them. We'll announce that soon to actually do this all in person if they don't have that technology capability.
Okay, Representative Estes and then Clayton.
Thank you. I was going to ask you about the availability question because we did talk about this yesterday, and there was had a concern that some people won't have access to computers, but I'm thinking, you know, smartphones are so common that they would. The other reason I thought that this was possible is we're doing telemed successfully, so it would be secure. Can you address how secure what you're doing is for us, please?
Sure. That's a great question. So we are approved against FedRAMP moderate standards, which is the federal government's requirement for all SaaS companies to meet all their controls. So we have reached that control. Like I talked about, we launched with the IRS Advanced Child Tax Credit program about 2 weeks ago. We've put through about 2 million Americans in the past 2 weeks to apply for their advanced child tax credit. We work with Social Security Administration. We're about to win another award with the White House. And so we are very secure, and we encrypt all of our data multiple times to ensure this is our business. And we're providing trust to both the government as well as the consumer that you all can interact in a trusted environment. And if there's anything to get in the way of that, we're going to continue to invest in our tooling, which is what we've done over the last couple of years. So we are a secure company that invests in all of our controls. To the point you were making there, Ms. Estes, it also goes back to, I think, an earlier point, is that we believe in portability of the login. And what I mean by that is identity proofing is just a one-time event. It's almost like going to the DMV. You go to the DMV every 4 or 5 years, you get your license, you get your renewal license, and then once you get that piece of plastic, you can go anywhere with it. It's in your wallet. You can go to, obviously, drive, you can go purchase alcohol, you can go fly, etc. You don't have to go to the DMV every time you need to go back to one of those avenues. It's the same thing with what we can do for you guys and what we do for all of our federal partners is that identity proofing is a one-time event. Once you have an ID.me credential, you can then go travel to different locations. And so if Kansas wants to work with the Kansas state tax environment, the Kansas Medicaid division, the Kansas state parks, schooling, education, etc., you can have an ID.me credential that travels with you as if it's like a PayPal credential that every time you see it, you say, oh, I've got that. Let me just log in there. So it really cuts back on the need to reproof and redo this every time. And then you also gain that trust between the state and their citizens.
Thank you.
Estes, do you have a follow-up on that?
I was just saying thank you for that information. I'm really blown away.
Representative Clayton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that you mentioned that you got to be on this roundtable, and that's how you met our presenter. I'd be curious, is there any information from the roundtable that you might be able to share with this committee? You know, I'm not saying I'm jealous, but maybe I kind of am. Perhaps, you know, if there's a meeting that we could watch or any materials, that might be edifying for us. So I'm asking you to share your wealth of information, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yes, so I see that Susan, or that Representative Estes is in Washington in her husband's office. I'm not sure if he's there, but I know that he is. Congressman Estes, is he with you right now? I know he's listening in on these meetings and that these are important to him. He's the one that assigned me to that position, and they're on. It's a special committee that they developed to look at fraud. Hopefully he can give us some more information if he's available. Congressman, are you there?
He is here, and I'll let him step around and pop on camera there. I was having such technology issues yesterday. He was gracious enough to let me jump in with him today. So do you want to talk about unemployment fraud and what you're looking at?
No.
Welcome to the council.
Kind of listening
Congressman.
into a lot of what you've been talking about. It's actually good to be able to go through those issues that you're seeing and touching on. And obviously, it's an ongoing issue. We've made things a little bit worse now with continuing the extra unemployment. It's basically just incentivizing so many of these bad actors to go out and look for reasons to try to steal money from across the states. And so obviously it's an ongoing thing. You ideally not ever be paying anybody unemployment because everybody's working and things are going through that process. So we want to make sure that the systems work well so that when we do need it, they're ready and available. And it's a good thing that y'all are working on doing that.
So we've gotten a double dip in terms of advocacy for our conversations today. I've been disappointed we haven't heard the word unfunded mandate, but Deputy Secretary, maybe you need to send me your list of questions you'd like Department of Labor to answer.
Absolutely, Representative. I will take you up on that.
Congressman, Representative Clayton asked for a copy of materials or video from the roundtable. And then if you have any other information that you could send us from your committee that you're on, that would be beneficial for us to look at.
Okay, well, I'll reach out and get that from committee staff.
Okay, thank you, sir. And
right.
Thanks for your concern in this matter.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Eskew? Deputy Secretary Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Eskew, thank you very much for the presentation. I saw a slide, I think it'll be provided to us later, but I wanted to ask with a map that showed the states you're working with. It looked like, I couldn't see the dates very well, but it looked like you had about 10 to 12 states that came on board sometime in 2020, and then another 12 plus in 2021. Is that right, or would you mind breaking that down for the council?
Sure. Let me look at it myself. It was it's been a rapid growth, and here is the slide so we can kind of look at it together. As it suggests, about the first dozen in 2020, and then call it 17 at the 2021 calendar year. It was really a rapid growth that we've experienced kind of November through February. It was hard to sort of tell when the new year struck. So a lot of states began to raise their hand and say, we have the same issue too. And I think one of the legislators had this comment in a roundabout way, which is once we began to gain momentum and get more of a household name out there and say, oh, what I'm hearing perhaps is not true, which is they're saying that they can't implement within days or they don't work with legacy software. Like none of that is true. And so we're able to really see some more momentum in terms of adoption over the last couple of months. And I would also add just one other characteristic, which is not all of these states are now just doing unemployment or pandemic unemployment assistance. We have rental assistance. We have back to work sort of assistance. This is all identity proofing. So the applications go beyond simply verifying somebody's identity to gain access to unemployment. It's to gain access to X, whatever government program you would like to usher them into. First and foremost, you have to have a trusted identity component to that, and then that can unlock all kinds of different government programs.
And a follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. I think that slide is going to be helpful for this council, and we may ask you for additional information if you can provide it just in terms of that timeline and that ramp up that occurred in late 2020 and into early 2021. Mr. Eskew, my other question was, I think if I heard you correctly, that you guys, your core competency really is ID proofing and kind of performing just that function. Do you have other partners that you work with, or is it kind of on a case-by-case basis for other features such as like multi-factor authentication or user repository systems, anything like that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think if we can go back to the presentation, I think slide 6 can start off with it. And then we do have our MFA suite of capabilities. I said it up front and it's a little jargony, but we adhere to the NIST 863-3 standards for both IAL2 and AAL2. IAL2, Identity Assurance Level, and AAL2 is Authenticator Assurance Level, which is MFA. So what we'll do is we'll bind the login to the MFA device to ensure that only the user is in control of his or her login capability. It's vital that we bind those two acts together to ensure that these are secure and trusted logins that you are going to inherit and witness. And so here is our suite of MFA capabilities. We call it AAL2 or authentication. So whether it's enhanced SMS, a one-time call to a landline for those individuals that might not be as technologically sophisticated, a push app that we have, or you can work with other apps. Of course, more hardware tokens such as FIDO and even Yubico coming forward, or YubiKey, excuse me. And so we're always investing in our technology, as I said earlier on, in terms of how do we make sure that we are ahead of attackers, that we're also seamless in the user experience sort of mindset. And I think the other slide, Mayor, if you could go to like 6 or something, where it goes to our platform. ID.me is a company that's a platform company. So all these different parts are baked into our product that the user won't ever see or experience. But we as a private company are always adding different components to make sure that it's quick, that it's accurate, and that it's timely, as well as trusted, so that we can give the best experience back to our end users, the citizens, and the trust back to our state and government partners that they can trust our login. So all this is baked into our product that we'll just deploy, like I said, within days to the state, that they buy all of these bundled together versus a one-off or a two-off or a three-off that you might otherwise do on your own.
And Mr. Chairman, can I have one more follow-up? All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Esky, that's really helpful. Just one follow-up, this topic was kind of approached earlier. I just kind of wanted to get your take on it a little bit. We talked kind of about accessibility for solutions, and I saw on that map, you're in a lot of states, particularly a lot of states that are somewhat similar to Kansas in that they have major metropolitan areas, but also large rural populations.
Yeah.
Something we've talked about with USDOL throughout the course of the pandemic is accessibility to benefits for individuals, as you talked about, that maybe don't have access to a smartphone or internet. In Kansas, that's why we allow both phone and internet applications. I saw that you have a upcoming kind of in-person route that you're going to be launching. In the meantime, for the states that you work with on the unemployment side, for individuals without that accessibility, have they been able to find avenues or workarounds to provide assistance to those individuals, or just kind of any thoughts you have on that?
Sure. No, great question. A couple of thoughts immediately. Short answer is yes. We're working with some of the different states that you can see that have similar demographics to Kansas. And so, we can get through native populations, tribal populations. A lot of it is we'll accept different documents and the whole suite of documents that we have there, as well as, again, this virtual in-person session is a one-time event where you're going to have a phone call with one of my 1,000 agents across the United States that will meet with you in one of these type of sessions that you and I are having right now. The in-person, of course, is coming soon. We also are working with individual sort of state workforce centers as they've begun to open back up. I know Colorado and Virginia and a few other states have begun to deploy us into their workforce centers. And so they'll train up some of their local staff to make sure that they're able to assist those people as if it's a DMV style visit to get them through that might struggle with technology. We've been talking with labor as well, and we take this access and equitability issue very seriously to make sure that people can get through on their own terms and at their own time. And the last thing I'll say is that what we really do is we handle the bulk challenge of the population. So call it that 90 to 95% of Kansans that need to get through. And so you're left with a much smaller set of citizens that therefore you've just shrunk your data set down to single digits, double digits, maybe triple digits, but not thousands upon thousands of I don't know who these people are anymore. And so you're able to kind of narrow that scope down to just having a much smaller problem if they might struggle with technology or they simply don't want to go into a workforce center. They want to work directly with the government themselves. changing behavior sometimes can be difficult. And so we just shrink that size down to a very much more palatable size.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Eskew. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Eskew, if, can you give us an idea of what the kickoff is like in a state similar to Kansas? When we close down for the weekend and put our identification stops in, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
We had a lot of people that got kicked out of the system because of that. And when they did, they were given a number to call, but the call center was backed up. And so it took some people still haven't been able to identify themselves. But we are working towards it. So tell me how that would look like, or how it would look like going forward. I would imagine if we took 1 million people and said, you have to now do these steps to continue, we would be in a trick box.
You know, that's a great question. And so the onboarding process is something that we've gone through, like we talked about, with all of these 27 different states, and even the IRS that's put through 2 million people in 2 weeks. So the technology can stretch to handle the volume that you're speaking about. The question that we'll work with the state and all of our state partners is do we want to present a guide path to a current login? You know, is there a current trusted login that you just want to add ID.me on top of that to create a sort of dual track format? You know, the VA, for example, has the legacy logins still in place. They have DOD and they have the Department of Veterans Affairs logins that they've had for decades. They didn't simply want to shut off their millions upon millions of users. They wanted to upgrade that login, and so create and present the controls that ID.me can have, as well as present the third option, which is the ID.me option, which is portable and can travel, and maybe those individuals that trust a private sector company just as much or if not more than a government company. So the technology implementation can be done within days. Now, the messaging strategy that we work with our states is sort of customizable to the situation that each state is in. And so whether it's email or different sort of outward messaging with the governor's office or yourselves to ensure that, hey, this is ID.me, this is our trusted partner. We selected them and we work with them. So when you see their logo come across, don't confuse them with another phishing app, right? Like the last thing we want to do is confuse future applicants. And so we'll have a customizable approach in terms of like a go-to-market strategy, if you will, to ensure that the citizens are not confused. And then what we'll do is forecast the demand with the current sort of Department of Labor to ensure how many citizens do you have in place? How many should we expect? Do you want to put everybody through on a weekend? Do you want to put everybody through throughout the course of the week and give them time? Because the last thing we want to do is create like a false sense of urgency, if we can avoid it, which is get everybody scrambling to the login and say, I need to get this done within 24 hours or I'm going to lose all my benefits. If we can give people a couple of days or weeks or even a month in terms of, hey, we're going to transition you into this new login capability, and it's okay because we'll pay you if that's the initiative. But we first need to put you through this system, and you'll have 30 days or 60 days to do it. So we can space out that time period to not really create this sort of this urgency factor that might not be needed in a couple of days or hours if we can space it out. Our system, like I talked about with those 27 states, have put through millions upon millions of users and had those one-off events where we'd see what I would imagine with Kansas is you anticipate hundreds of thousands of people coming through, and you'd actually only have tens of thousands because a lot of the fraudsters would just go away because they'd be presented with a better lock. But either way you slice it, my point is that we can customize it to your needs and find the best way to message us to the citizens.
Okay, and I think you said earlier, if someone's having an issue and they can't log in, it automatically switches them to a live representative that can help them. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what I said. There's sort of 3 attempts, so we try and help people out. You know, maybe you take a picture of your license and it's a little bit off, like a check, or maybe your selfie is just a little bit off and it's too dark. And so we'll say, hey, go to a better lit place to help everybody out. But if they fail 3 times, you'll be automatically rerouted into a virtual in-person session like that we're having right now. The wait times are minutes. And so you'll just be encountered with somebody like me saying, hey, good to see you. Do you have your identity documents? So you can hold them up to the camera and say, this is me. We'll see where you struggled. Maybe your phone wasn't in your name, you're on a family plan, or you just switched. The CIO of the state of California failed herself, mainly because she just got a new phone number. And so we're going to say, if you don't have phone with tenure, you're going to fail an ID check because that could be a sign of fraud. But if you're actually the claimant or the owner of that phone, you'll show up. You'll show up to the person, you'll show up to the call and say, yep, I have a new phone, and here's me, here's my phone, here's my ID, here's my social security number or card, excuse me, and then we'll match your face, and then you're verified via ID.me. We'll pass that back to the state to then see if there are other eligibility claims. We're not doing pay. We're sending it back to the state to determine if eligibility is met, and then your program, as far as do you pay after 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever your program is, that's up to you guys.
Okay, and then finally, if someone were to steal my ID, then log into ID.me, and I hadn't done it yet, would they be able to then use their face and my name, or how do you prevent that?
Well, your face has to match your government ID, and it has to be a live face, so you have to move it around. And so it would fail. If they have your driver's license, if they've paid your cell phone for the past year, if they are, if they have control of your social security number, so they have all of the different checks, then they have to pass a live selfie. So they're going to fail that check. Even if they buy a mask, then they're going to be rerouted into a call like you and I are having. They're probably not going to show up because they're going to say, I'm a criminal. I don't want to put my face on camera that's recorded and then could be shared with local law enforcement. But say they do that, because some people do. We have a repository of faces that will match against other known criminals that we have found, and compare that to each other and say, okay, this is the same face that's applied in these other states. Lock him out, send that over to Kansas or wherever he is. But the point I'm trying to make is he's not going to be able to pass all of those tests. The issue you might face is they've already applied in your name and been granted via a different vendor. And so unlocking and going through that process is not an ID.me process, but getting through the double-edged sword of, first your identity was stolen, and then you've got to go refight the government, which you probably have an easier time than others to get your identity back, is a challenge that some of these claimants are going to face.
And what about security concerns or Big Brother concerns, I guess, that we would get pushed back on a system like this?
Yeah.
Would you have the ability to, say, download all of the data and all the faces to the state of Kansas for them to run facial recognition and pick people out?
Yeah, yes, of course. The system is architected to meet CCPA, GDPR compliance ahead of those regimes, before they were even put in place, which means that we put the user in charge of his or her data. We only share it with their consent. So we will only send it to Kansas in this case after the user says, yep, send it to Kansas because I want to gain access to my benefits. If they say, no, I'm not comfortable in any form or fashion, the biometric check scares me, I don't want to do that, then we will just wipe it and say, okay, good to go. In terms of now you have to go directly to the state because you can't do a digital check. But if we're employed by the state, if we're contracted by the state, this is all your data that we send to you guys upon proofing, and then you can check against your own systems in place as well. We'll flag the ones that we deem fraudulent and say this one either didn't get through, or here's something for you to check out. Local law enforcement, we tend to be set up with a local law enforcement guide, whether it's yourself or somebody else. But regardless, this is your data that we'll send back to you guys to make sure that you can chase down. Blake Hall, our founder, is an Army Ranger, decorated Army Ranger that was in Iraq in 2005 and 6 for hunting Al-Qaeda on kill and capture missions. And he really designed this system to study tactics of bad guys. And so bad guys do the same thing sort of over and over again. But the point I'm trying to make is that we take pride and we take it very seriously in blocking fraud and blocking criminals and preventing them from being repeat customers, if you will, and sharing that information with our states. One thing that sets us apart amongst all the other things I talked about is on a bi-weekly basis, we're sending out threat tippers to all of our clients saying, this is something we're seeing in the field. You need to be aware of this. Whether it's a different type of organized crime ring that popped up out of nowhere, whether it's an SMS no text message crime ring, meaning social engineering has spiked. All kinds of different tactics have evolved as criminals have said, I can't get past ID.me selfie check. So what I need to do now is steal somebody else's login. And so we'll alert the states in near real time to say, here's another tactic. Please be aware. We will send that literature over to you guys as we do to all of our state partners on a bi-weekly basis to make sure everybody's as up to speed as we are, because we don't want to be the sole owner of all of the different tactics. The states need to know what's going on too.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you for your presentation. I have a question. Can you say off the top of your head what the initial cost for implementation and then continuing annual cost for states with similar populations to Kansas would be?
I will say two things. I believe the word unfunded mandate came out, and I believe you guys should be looking out for that going away in the coming weeks. In the terms of the federal
What
government.
does that mean?
Federal
when you say
government is
that?
starting to get their act together. I can't say it exactly, but the federal government is starting to leverage some of the CARES Act funding that has been put in place over the last couple of Congress, and I'm sure Ms. Estes and others that are a little bit closer to it can speak to that. But with CARES Act 2 and trying to fund various programs, the federal government is starting to get in the fight, so to speak, both in terms of funding these programs as well as trying to provide best practices and provide insights and help to the states. So I believe that should be going away in the coming days and weeks. I can't quite comment more than that, and just apologize, but we will when we can. There's a bit of a quiet period. As far as states of your size, it depends on the budget. We've had some states, North Dakota, I shouldn't use names, but some states of your size have allocated $1 million worth of funding. I would say the average spend over a quarter is a couple $100,000. Depends on the size of the population, and it depends on how often they're going to need to use our virtual in-person session, because it's a little bit more expensive than the unsupervised flow. But a couple $100,000 is where I would kind of point you to.
Mr. Chair, may I have another question, please? One of the concerns that I have is that, again, we hear, and Mr. Chair, you addressed this as well regarding Big Brother concerns. I think that we do want to make sure that we are stopping fraud. However, I think that I have some concerns here that this type of heavy identification system on people who, especially in the pandemic, everyone lost their jobs. Everyone got hurt. And so now we almost seem to be putting forth some sort of a punitive system in place where, you need help from the state, so now you have to be part of this identification system, whereas those who perhaps are not needing help from the state, they get to keep their privacy. And so I have some concerns regarding that. I do not think that we should punish people who, through no fault of their own, ended up on unemployment, in particular in regards to what we just saw in this last year when it came to the devastation that the pandemic wrought upon our economy. As we begin to recover, I've got concerns that, again, there will be certain types of classes, right? The class that gets privacy and the class that loses dignity. Can you speak to that?
Sure. I think it's a legitimate concern and something we take very seriously too. And we're happy to share with you our Privacy Bill of Rights. And like I talked about, we comply with GDPR, CCPA, and we work with the state of California and other 26 states to ensure that our privacy standards meet their rigorous checks and controls as well. We don't sell data. We work with states and say, this is a legitimate individual, and you guys can then, this is who she claims to be. It's your job, state X, to see if you'd like to transact with them. All we do is identity proof and send over the attribute bundle to the state that matches the requirements that the state put in place. We don't sell any kind of data, and that's not our game in this capacity. And I would say you're right in the sense that access and equity need to be included in this conversation. And like I talked about earlier on, our access rates are higher than any other vendor in the space as well. Our fraud rates are lower. So we reject the notion that you have to choose one over the other. But in order to gain access to government benefits that might include, payment, the 27 states plus the IRS have chosen ID.me because we adhere to their policy standards already. And so we're going to continue to work and partner with all of our partners to make sure we meet all these different access needs and protection of the individual. And we're happy to send over additional information if you'd like to. But the point I'd like to say is you can track your data throughout the ID.me app to say who has access to my data, who has seen it. And it's pretty easy to see in your wallet to say only the state of Kansas has received my data. And if I'd like to rescind permission and just cut them off immediately, it's one click versus some of the other vendors you might hear about.
And one more, and thank you for your patience and indulgence. When you spoke to that being able to cut things off, obviously no company is permanent. When your company goes out of business, then what do we do? What happens to that data?
It's the state of Kansas's data. We don't hold on to the data. We'll hold on to the data to comply with National Archives for the NARA provisions for identity proofing. There's a 7-year timeline that the federal government makes us hold on to data, but we don't control any of the data. If we go out of business, it goes to the states and to the federal government, and theoretically we're gone. We will not go out of business and we will not be sold. But if that's the hypothetical we're playing, we don't keep any of the data. We don't surveil anything. We are not in that kind of business, and we're simply an identity proofing business.
Senator Olson, and then Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've been doing a similar thing, the biometrics on the DMV on our driver's license for many years now. I believe we started that about 15, 20 years ago. We were one of the first states, and we had people that had over 100 identities, and that's one of the ways that we worked it out. So, I mean, I don't think this is not possible. I think if we were actually sharing information between the agencies, it's obviously we're not, and you guys were taking a photo of everybody applying, I think you could do a lot of it in-house or through programs in-house, because I've seen how, when you go get a driver's license, there's a reason why you get a piece of paper. They're checking your identity, make sure you're who you are, and if you're flagged, it's kicked out, it's manually checked. So, I mean, I think we're doing this over in the DMV, similar to what you're doing now. Probably the last time I seen it was like about 15 years ago, but I thought it was pretty advanced. I mean, you could actually take who you are, and you could take 60% of the people that look like you, and it'd pull them up even, or 70 or 90, whatever that number was. And it's pretty amazing. So, I mean, I think we're doing some of what, but I think these features, they've worked well over there and probably would work well here. It's also, I mean, we need to look for more ways to do that. I think Representative Estes adding law enforcement, so then people that don't have access to the technology or they need the help, maybe we can do some partnerships like that to cover them people that have challenge with technology. That's just my thinking.
I'd like to add one thing, if you don't mind, which
Go ahead.
the face match is a conversation and a debate that might be picking up some momentum. And what ID.me does is a one-to-one face match, as if you're going to TSA pre or TSA and you give your license over to the agent there and he's looking directly at your license and your face. That's what ID.me does. We don't do a form of surveillance that people might get confused about, where you're sort of that TSA agent is on a stage at a concert, and he can look across and say, that might be Pete or that might be Pete, I'm not sure. And so pick out half a dozen and have a lot of false positives. we're a one-to-one match program. And so it's a lot easier, again, to see, does this face that is live match this document in this government ID? Therefore, it really prevents and cuts back on confusion and the surveillance notion that I think a lot of people, rightly so, including me, including our firm, is concerned about with this notion of surveillance that's growing in the ecosystem. It's not applicable to what we're talking about here. So I just wanted to put that out there too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think we're unique, big state. Most of the people probably live in the state that are going to draw employment, not all. So, I mean, they've all probably got driver's license, or the majority. That's where I was going with that. That's another way of crossing them to probably get 80 or 90% actual ID. So, I don't know, just comment.
So Pete,
I would, just to follow up on that, I would say a lot of people are applying for unemployment insurance that do not live in Kansas, and they're applying at Kansas, and we're able to see that. And so there's a lot of behavior and patterns where individuals are applying in a state that they don't live in, let alone a country they don't live in. And so if we're going to simply rely on the state ID to be that blocker, then we are exposing ourselves to massive amounts of fraud.
in other states that you've launched in, did you, were you able, or would it benefit you even to have access to their driver's licenses in photos?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the previous questioners brought up another good question and good point about traditional vendors and sharing data. You know, other vendors do share and sell data. Unlike ID.me, we don't do that. We're happy to partner with the state in any format that they would like to do. One thing that we have sort of glossed over is the check of the Social Security number that the state of Kansas has access to that we do not have access to. So we check in credit records and work with some of our credit bureaus to make sure that we can pin that Social Security number in credit reports, but the state of Kansas can go directly to the SSA and make sure that this is actually an individual that can really prevent synthetic identity. So my daughter, who's just about to turn 1, I don't want to have her identity stolen because somebody else has filed a credit card on her name and stolen her Social Security number, because she has a real Social Security number, but she's not applying for benefits in Kansas, let alone anywhere. And so working with states and having access to different state data sets, if the state volunteers that to us, we're able to incorporate that into our various APIs to make sure the authoritative records are met, and we can just be that much stronger and crisper with an account to ensure that fraud is minimized, and also, again, access is maximized.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I kind of have a two-part question. Well, it's two separate questions, so bear with me, please. But on the cost question, you mentioned North Dakota. I wanted to try to drill down on that one a little bit closer. Sure. I mean, we have 2 million more people than North Dakota. So something, you know, Iowa, Nevada, Arkansas, Mississippi, or any of those clients, I mean, that would be more in the realm of a cost than North Dakota.
Yeah, I use North Dakota perhaps as a bad example because they actually paid a lot of money. They had more perhaps government expenditure. Let me talk about the pricing. First thing I need to mention is that we only charge by success. And so unlike any of our competitors out there, the only trigger you will get is when a successfully verified Kansan has identified themselves via the ID.me software. So all these criminals we're talking about, we will eat those costs. We will pay for them ourselves, that they will go through and tax our system by hitting our APIs, hitting our call-in center, and we will eat all those costs. We will only charge the state of Kansas if an individual has been successfully verified that we pass over to the state. Now, the tiers of pricing are really 3 types. There is the unsupervised, in essence, just going through directly on the website takes about 5 minutes. There's the supervised, it goes through, you know, you're having a face-to-face call. And then there's going to be the eventual live meeting where you will go in person. And that's a third sort of SKU, if you will. I'm happy to share those pricing on sort of a smaller meeting. I'd like to not do it in a public format, even though it is all public out there, but I'd just like not to present it today in this public forum. But the states you listed, we work with only one of those. Unfortunately, we're not really a Big 12 company at this point, or a Big 10 company. We've got Texas and a couple other in the middle, but really the South, the Northeast, and the West. And it just depends on where they are in terms of their budget timeline. So they can prepay, and then they'll burn down credentials as they go through it. And like I said, it's hard to anticipate with the amount of users you're saying, but 2 million users of all Kansans would go through. You're seeing about $6 million a year. I don't think that's going to be the case. So I think it's a lot less than that. Again, let's talk perhaps in a smaller conversation, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, and I was more just looking for kind of a ballpark, and I just was more meaning we have a population 2 million more than North Dakota. I'm not saying we would ever have 2 million people going through the system. But my follow-up question is when you think of a program like this and we talk about Big Brother and all that, I mean, you mentioned TSA PreCheck, which was something that kind of came up in my mind. I have TSA PreCheck.
Yeah.
When I wanted to do TSA PreCheck, I go to what's it called? Identigogo, I think is what they're called. They've got them all around the country, different places. We've got a lot in Kansas City. You know, I go in there in person, they hold my ID, they cross-reference, it's me, it's in person, boom, we're done.
Yeah.
Have you heard of any states doing something like that where it's actually in person and not as much, digitally? Because then I think there's really no record. We sit here and say, that person's good, that person's not.
Well, there is a record, and one of the reasons why they go in person is they don't have the ability to do it unsupervised, unfortunately. So the technology vendor that does TSA Pre is an in-person only option. And I think the transition of government with the COVID times and seeing some of the lockout issues that people have seen has gone more to the online format. But like I was saying earlier, we're happy to set up in-person capabilities at state workforce centers, assuming you guys are open and assuming we can train some of your kind of agents in the field. And we are set to launch in the coming weeks an in-person capability with one of our partners, Sterling Identity, to make sure that we can meet that last mile, that individual that needs just a little bit more help. And so in-person is a great point in terms of access and equity, but also want to make sure that some of the in-person capabilities, because those in-person vendors can't do unsupervised, which is a cheaper and easier way for government to deploy software.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pete, thanks for the presentation. You had mentioned, it was mentioned PreCheck and TSA PreCheck. You had also mentioned, PayPal.
Yeah.
And I have PayPal, I have PreCheck, I have Apple ID, all those different things. Am I envisioning that this would be like another type of, if I went to the state website to log in, it would be an option down there that I could say, oh, okay, I've got a ID.me ID. I can click that and run. That's how I would log in through that. Much like if, there's some websites I log in through my Apple ID, some of them I log in. I use PayPal because I don't want to use my credit card on this certain website. Is that kind of how that works? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we've been focusing on the identity proofing component of what ID.me does, which is this one-time event where we're going to verify your proofing is the NIST parlance of what identity verification is. And so that's that one-time event similar to PayPal where you link your bank account to your account, and you have a little bit more, call it friction for the first time you do it to make sure that you are who you claim to be, your bank account is lined up, and then everywhere else you see that PayPal link, you can simply authenticate or use multi-factor authentication because you control the account. And so one good way to think about this for the state of Kansas, for all of your government programs, you should have a single sign-on capability at the start of your website that says if you'd like to access anything that the state of Kansas allows for their citizens to do, you can do it with perhaps your legacy login, if it's sort of a Kansas word that you guys have, the Jayhawk login or whatever it is. And then beneath that could be an ID.me capability, which then unlocks everything that the state wants to do, similar to how we do it at va.gov. And if it's not a very, if what you're trying to do is sort of gate the hours of the DMV, you don't necessarily need to put that individual through the rigors of a NIST identity proofing event to say, I need your driver's license and your social security number and a face match just to see if the DMV is open. You don't need to do that. So we can create simply a username and a password to say, now I can see when the DMV is open. And then if I click to say, I'd like to enter into the Real ID program to get my identity proofed in advance of my visit to the DMV, which is what we can do and what we do with the state of California, then what you're going to do is send them, without them sort of clicking on anything extra, but a policy will gate that login to say, in order to access this page, DMV or state workforce or state tax, you need to go through a more robust proofing session. We'll automatically do that in the background. So they'll say, okay, I need to present my social security number, my face, and my government ID to get through. So the orchestration is all behind the scenes that we talked about earlier, but the single sign-on capability is such that it makes it a lot easier for citizens to navigate state workforce and state services in general. And oh, by the way, take that same login and go to irs.gov and apply for your advanced child tax credit without doing anything extra, because we've already proofed your identity one time. You don't need to do it over and over and over and over again like has been done in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further comments or questions for Mr. Askew?
Yes,
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Back to multi-factor authentication. When you talked about it, you used an example where you guys are asking the claimant a question in their recent history. Did you spend $20 at so-and-so? And if I misunderstood, please correct me. But fundamentally, I have a concern that because of the credit bureau data breaches and the availability of public records, that MFA is going to lose effectiveness and is already losing effectiveness because some of the Nigerian folks have talked about buying profiles that have the answers to MFA questions. How do you guys prevent those types of questions being answered by the wrong person? And then I have another question on a different category.
That's a great question. I share your concerns, which is why we are not offering that control anymore. That's a legacy identity proofing control, actually, which your current vendor utilizes. And it's a question and answer, KBA, question and answer session, which we don't allow. You're going to go through, You have to have control of the government document. MFA is a separate thing, which is kind of, we bind the credential or the login to a device that you have in your hands, like when you log into the bank, or even just think about MFA like your PIN number. You put your Bank of America card into the ATM, you have to enter your PIN number. That's the multi-factor authentication component. So in order to go past, to start with ID.me, the first thing you do is you create an account and then you bind it to MFA capability. A text message, a push alert app, a YubiKey, which is kind of a hardware token. That's MFA. The question and answer session is KBA. We don't allow that for any of our state partners.
Okay, and you just kind of led me to my follow-up question. Thank you so much. Some of the people that I'm working with, they change their passwords regularly.
Yeah.
And they still have trouble getting into their account. And I suspect that we'll find out at the end of this process that some of the people who were victims of fraud have keystroke trackers on their computers. Do you have anything that lets someone know we think that's happening, or is it the text push out what keeps somebody from using a keystroke to get in and change the deposit information on someone else's account?
That's a great question. That's a little bit more on the authentication component, which is the MFA factor. We need to make sure anytime you do anything in terms of if you're trying to change your bank account, apply for a new credit, anything you want to do, you have to certify that you can control the device. And so that's the MFA component. And so the only time we experience fraud at ID.me anymore is when a person knowingly or unknowingly gives up that control to an attacker. So they say, here's my password and here's my MFA suite that you can now use on my behalf. Sometimes that's a victim in the loop scam where they are literally getting a cut of the figure and now they get a couple $1,000s from the criminal. Or like I said, they're applying for a prize money and they think they've won prize money. And the attacker says, now one last check is you just have to tell me what your SMS text message just said. And so those are the only ways that you can kind of trick our system. But it's very vital that Kansas adopts technology that enforces control of the device anytime they want to change any aspect of their application. And that's what our suite offers.
Okay, so I was going to ask you, what do you think we should do to protect the answers to the MFA questions? But I'm hearing your answer is we shouldn't be using them.
Should not be using them ever. If you use them, you have to combine them with an additional check. So we'll have smaller policies. If you ever want to go to MGM, you want to check into MGM and do it in the lobby. We're not going to necessarily say you need it. It's as if you're applying to be a doctor and e-prescribe medication like we do with 10% of America's doctors. So in that case, we can have a protocol that's a little less rigorous, but you still have to have control of the device. So you still have to say, here's the answer to this question, but I have the device in my hand that we can pin to it and see that you have that. And it doesn't automatically send the link overseas or send the link somewhere else, that we'll see within milliseconds to say they answered the question correctly, but they're in Russia right now. So that's a no. And so we do that immediately upon checking.
That's remarkable. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hayes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Pete and spending some time with us this afternoon. I think you had indicated Blake was a decorated Army Ranger. I think you indicated you're a veteran too, so I just want to say thank you for your service and many years of continued success. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me correct the record. I am not a veteran. Blake is a veteran. Mayor Work, who is helping me with my slides and more so than that all the time, is a veteran. And we employ a lot of veterans, but I personally am not a veteran, but I will relay your gratitude.
Thank you.
Representative Estes, do you still have a question or is your hand still up?
It's down.
Okay, seeing no further questions for you, sir, thanks so much again for your time, and we look forward to working with you in the future. And if you could send over some information for the council's review of kind of how your pricing works.
Happy to do it. Thanks so much for the invitation and best of luck. Looking forward to working with you guys.
Yep. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, committee, where are we? Time to look at the modernization RFP. We're running a little bit late here, but this is the last thing on the agenda, so we've got the time. So Representative Hoffman, can you tell us how this is going to work?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm going to basically turn it over to Kelly Johnson. He's the CETO of Kansas Department of Labor. He's going to present. I believe he also has some other people here from the Department of Labor that have helped him, and he can introduce them as he goes along. And then I'll willing to answer questions if also, but he's going to do most of the presenting. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Johnson, you're welcome to come to the podium. If you're more comfortable sitting at your seat, you can do that as well. Okay. Thanks for coming in today. Hit that button on that microphone, please. Thanks.
There it went. There it lit up. All right. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me. As Representative Hoffman stated, we brought numerous people from KDOL here. Melissa is my executive assistant and also working on this project. Susan is the project manager over all of modernization. We also have Jennifer Weiss here and Laurel. So welcome, everyone. And so there's people a lot smarter than me that's going to be able to answer questions. But this entire slideshow is really intended just to spark questions. So I ask you, as we go through the process, if there are questions, please just stop me. We'll go through them right then. And I really wanted to start out this discussion by talking about how the process started. Not just going over exactly what our responses we've received and the metrics, but I wanted to talk about how this started. To be honest, I've been with the agency since December 28th of 20. So needless to say, there was a lot going on at that time. And so before I had got here, the previous administration had gone out and worked with other states, visited with some of them to see what worked well, what didn't work well, what challenges they had in front of them. I do not have a list of those states. I don't even have a list of the questions, but I can tell you that all of this research was put into a giant pool that was used to create the questions for the RFP. The other party that we've worked with is NASWA, which are consultants that have worked with numerous other states. NASWA, and in particular, a gentleman by the name of Lou, has been my right-hand person in putting this together. Lou is very familiar with some of the pitfalls of some of the other states, and so he has kind of stepped me through this. Early on, when I first joined the agency, as I said, there were numerous fires going on. I believe the last presentation we just watched was one of those fires. So my focus was not necessarily on modernization, but just because it wasn't my focus, I still had 2 employees who are engaged in this pretty much full-time. And what their process was going through all of KDOL, the various agencies, and asking questions, asking input to find out the deficiencies of our current system, as well as, what they want in the new one. And so basically, we were working on getting a question pool. And when we did, we finished, of course, we did not use ID.me. We used Okta with LexisNexis. But once that was deployed in early February, our focus turned 100% towards modernization. I do want to point out that we were exceptionally cautious to make sure who worked on this because we know there are partners within our agency that could have access to information. We made sure that only KDOL employees, NASWA, and then, of course, D of A procurement worked at any point on any of this. Next slide, please. Our priorities in getting the RFP out there was to ensure that we had a vendor that had a successful product in at least one other state. And so we were not looking for someone to use us as a test ground. We're not looking at developing something greenfield. We wanted a product that was working in at least one other state, both with UI and tax. This vendor must also have 5 years in software development. And that's a minimum. So the product will be written in a modern programming language, industry standard operating system, using a client-server environment. We do, I think it's no surprise to anyone in here, we use mainframe as our core right now, and we're looking to get off that platform. Mainframe technology is still viable. Mainframe, many organizations use it. We are looking to abandon that technology and move into a client server. If there's one line here that needs to be bold, it's this next one. We're looking for the core of this system to be primarily an off-the-shelf solution. And again, this ties right back to item number 1, successful deployment in another state. The off-the-shelf solution is so we can capitalize on success of other states, hopefully plural, and avoid many of the pitfalls that they have gone through. So we're looking at a solution that for Kansas has very limited customization. But we're also not looking for something that just does not work for Kansans. So we are hoping that we find a product with, 70 to 80% off the shelf, and then 20% to make it fit for Kansans and their unique needs. We want to be able to deploy code quickly in the event of another occurrence of something like the pandemic. In our current environment, unfortunately, with code that's been developed over 40 years, it's sometimes hard to track down where you need to insert the right, I'm going to say line of code, the right test, the right information. So through an updated modern system, we're looking to be able to either develop a change internally, contract it out to a vendor, or our preferred method is, since other states will be using the same software package, we're able to join with them and use the same code in multiple states. As we saw with the last system, we want to be able to dynamically scale very rapidly in the event that we have a large surge in claims, large surge in call staff. We need to be able to dynamically scale this. And we made sure on purpose to not limit a vendor's hosting requirements. This is on purpose because we know there's technologies out there that we may not be aware of. And so we're looking to either have a local, a cloud vendor, or a vendor-hosted solution. Questions so far?
Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Of course, and again, these priorities are not all-inclusive. I don't want to be up here for, 5 hours trying to explain our priorities, so these are the highlights. But we are looking at whatever solution we end up with must have a modernized user interface. Users today are looking for a mobile solution. There's an app for everything. There is web pages for everything. There's voice input. And there's something that we haven't even thought of today that will come out next year. We're looking for a user interface platform where our users can engage us mobile, or, let's be honest, they may not have to engage us. They may have auto attendance. They can self-service. This is really the primary goal in this, is allowing people access to their information when they want it, not when we're available. Of course, security, we just said through the previous presentation, we got to make sure whatever system this is meets with all federal and state requirements, has full audit logging, and most importantly, that whoever's using the system at any level has the least access to get their job done. Okay? And of course, enhanced reporting and analytics. Next slide, please. One of the things that occurred as part of this process is that when we were, the RFP preceded HB 2196. And so for this presentation, and I apologize for the small font, for this presentation, I did want to go through and talk a little bit about what was specifically put in HB, thank you, HB 2196 that was also included in the RFP. And you guys have the handout, so I'm really not going to read them off to you. But if you look, for example, the first one, cross-matching of Social Security numbers with SSA, okay, that was met by the RFP Group 607, Code 042, which we'll talk about these. And then we've gone through and found out what vendors have met the requirement. Okay, so when we look, I want to focus on the red ones there. Comparison of applicant information with local, state, and federal prison databases. This was not explicitly called out in the RFP, but it is included because the RFP requires that whatever vendor is selected to make API calls to sister agencies. So for example, Harold at KDOC would work with us and this chosen vendor to make sure we have prison information in there. So I just wanted to point out that most all of the requirements that were explicit in 2196 were included in the RFP. However, the few requirements that were not explicit are called out through various APIs. Next slide, please. Which I believe is a continuation of this. Yeah, if you look at the fourth point down, interstate benefits 8606 for overpayment recoveries for states. This is something that is currently under development in the existing system, and most certainly will cover over to the next one, which is a product called Identity Verification Hub through NASWA, and so where we're checking multiple states. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, talking now specifically about the RFP itself, and I believe everyone in here has read it. As you've looked through it, there is actually 9 sections of this RFP that deal with various departments within KDOL. Of course, and you can read them here, you know, vendor, product delivery, regulatory compliance, etc. These are those individual question pools that I referred to earlier. So when you start looking, we went through all of the departments within KDOL, said, what are you looking for as individuals within the system? What would benefit you the most? What would benefit Kansans the most? How do we implement these? Because to be very honest, I'm IT. I can tell you about the tech stuff. But we have experts throughout the agency that are familiar with each of these areas. I believe the Nebraska gentleman that presented yesterday talked about engaging all of the stakeholders early. This is what we've done. We engaged the stakeholders way before IT got involved. My direction to staff early on was to make sure that the product works. We will then find the technology to make it work on. Technology's the easy part. So when you look through these various RFP groups, you're going to find out that there is individual sections, and I apologize, I did not include a slide. However, if you've seen the RFP, you're familiar with it. There'll be a section 100 vendor. Then within that's going to be individual subsections, so say 101, and then questions within that. Each question had to be responded to by the vendor with one of 3 options. Those 3 options was standard functionality, in other words, it came to us straight out of the box. Configuration parameter, which meant that it came to us out of the box but would have to be configured for our own requirement, and then custom programming. And custom programming meant that it was something we're asking for and no one else had asked for. And so as we've reviewed each of these responses, we tried to give higher priority for anyone that gave us a standard functionality followed by configuration. So next slide, please. just like forming the questions, KDOL had a wide variety of subject matter experts that would go through, and when we got in the vendor responses, the very first thing our team did was to remove the individual vendor names from them. Our subject matter experts have not even seen the names of the respondents to ensure that we kept this process totally fair. So vendor A, vendor B, vendor C, and vendor D are the names of our 4 vendors. That's what our subject matter experts saw. And we reached out to all department heads and had them pick the most appropriate people to review these sections. Susan then took those sections, distributed them out appropriately, and they were to score these according to their own expertise. So basically, if a vendor responded back to a question that, yes, this product, this requirement would be met through standard functionality, but provided no explanation how that would be done, then the subject matter expert would look at questions around it and may determine, no, it can't be done. So the SMEs were given pretty much total flexibility in all of the vendor responses to make sure that it wasn't fitting an IT need, it's fitting the department's need. With that, then they scored each section quantifiably. So basically, 100 questions, 87 of them were standard functionality. The vendor got an 87%. We know that all vendors or all projects may look good on paper. There's also a feel to it. You can sit there and kind of judge what it looks like. And so we ask all SMEs to also rank the 4 vendors in order of their preference, not just quantifiable. We got the quantifiable, those are fairly easy, but in orders of their preference. And so basically we took that information and that's what we'll present now. Next slide, please. The scoring group here, you'll notice 100. At this point, we do not have a response for that, and that's basically because that's D of A, basic vendor responsibility. It's things that the vendor must meet in order to be considered. It's not part of actually considering the entire project. But when you look at, for example, line 200, project delivery, the various SMEs in this scored vendor A at 87.5%, 77.5% for vendor B, 70 for C, 82.5 for D. The 700 series, to be honest, we had enough varied response from our SMEs that those are not included on here because we want to have interviews, internal interviews with our staff that unfortunately we have not had time to do. So we have looked at, we got back the responses, the SMEs looked this over. For a little over a week, we compiled the information for this presentation. And so we intend to, as part of our next steps, to be meeting with our SMEs. You'll also notice, for example, line 500, section B, that vendor got 46.33. Having been the person to score that, I can dig into this a little deeper. The vendor, most of their responses can meet with standard functionality, but there was nothing given to us in either a narrative or through anything descriptive. So that's the reason why that fell down. Okay, next slide, please. This here is the vendor ranking on how the team felt about the vendors based upon the overall results. Between all teams, all SMEs, Vendor B came out the highest, then vendor A, followed by vendor D, followed by vendor C. So basically, this was how the overall, every SME took all the responses in basically a pool, read through them, felt that vendor B gave us the most comprehensive overall solution throughout all of those areas. We took all the responses and came together with this. Next slide, please. These are the metrics that the council asked for. I received these last Friday at about 4:30, so I do apologize. I don't have great detail on all these, but I did want to at least go through some of the top, and I'm sure there'll be questions which we can address, and that's why everyone's here with me. But out of these here, again, these are the questions that you guys posed to us. For example, the very first question was on technical security, then benefits fraud, technical system capabilities, et cetera. So if we can jump to the next slide, we'll get into the answers on these. Okay, so for example, digging into, again, the quantifiable results along the top, vendor A in section 505, technical security, answered positively that it was a standard configuration out of the box to all of the questions in the RFP 75% of the time. So vendor B, 40% of the time, vendor C, 85, vendor D, 55. These numbers are great, and again, fairly easy to score because of the way our RFP was written. This is the easiest RFP I've ever scored. However, we've got to look at the individual pros and cons. We just picked some of the comments here to present to the council, but vendor A pro, one of the positive aspects of that vendor was they are fully cloud-based, of course, in the United States. That's a requirement. Vendor A negative. There are some very specific guidelines for having secure APIs that are not addressed. Again, this was an issue that many of these questions are going to have to come out through an in-person, or I'm going to say a demo from each of these vendors. Vendor B con, this was one of the things with vendor B, does not provide much detail on many of the requirements other than a statement natively supports this requirement. Well, considering this is a technical security document, we would like to know more how. Vendor C has zero trust architecture. They have good auditing features. Vendor has industry recognized security certification, and vendor D con ID proofing is an add-on. It's not native within the app. Again, I don't want to really just address the individual. I want this council to get a feel of how we're addressing, looking at these RFP responses, and then get your engagement in the process. So next slide, please. We're going to have several of these here. I'm not going to read them all to you, but when you're asking, for example, on question 612, benefit fraud, we could see that vendor A natively supported approximately 70%, where vendor B was approximately 82, vendor C 48, vendor D 65. Okay. You can see vendor B Pro sets forth what modules they have to support the different UI processes. Again, this comes from a vendor that is in multiple states, so they can actually present to us what modules and how they handle the individual questions. Next slide. And I'll zip through these kind of quick here. Going back to another section on the technical system capabilities, You can see vendor A rated very high, vendor B, in this particular case, cloud-based, it came in almost perfect. Vendor C, 82, vendor D, 92. So you could see vendor C, one negative part of them, although they met the capabilities, there's very little out of the box, which meant much of this was in configuration. Next slide, please. Project delivery, implementation, go live, okay, how their process was. Vendor A uses Agile, hybrid Agile. So of course, we still have some waterfall within the state. Vendor B has multiple years of experience. D, nice layout. D, con is strictly waterfall, no Agile. Next slide. Benefits investigation. Here's one that I want you to note, that both vendor B and D got a 0 because they did not provide enough information to the SMEs to even respond. So in this particular section, what we've asked our SMEs to do, if they could not make a realistic and educated forecast on these vendors, please do not give them a score. And that's exactly what they did here. So again, this just goes to show that our primary, these are quantifiable numbers. These are gut feelings based upon a piece of paper. But the demos and the vendor recommendations, as we reach out to other states, is what's really setting the difference. Let's skip through the next slides here. I think everyone gets a feeling. Okay, timeline. What we are looking at as far as the process, and really we've just got a short-term timeline here. Obviously, the RFP was released on April 1st of 20. And the RFP closed on May 28th. That's when it was completed, was May 28th. KDOL, I first received the responses into my inbox on June 15th. That's the first time we saw any paper on this. And that's when we started formulating a plan, coming up with the metrics, identifying the SMEs, or I'm sorry, re-identifying the SMEs, and then holding meetings on confidentiality. And we got this paper into their hands shortly thereafter, so we could actually have this done 7/6, so we could prepare this information. Again, today we're presenting the information, and my staff is in the process of calling other states right now on these 4 vendors, getting references, not only, by the way, the references that were provided on the RFP. Working through NASWA, we know what states that these 4 vendors have actually worked with. So we are also calling states that the vendor did not provide references to, because we want to know why. Okay. Next slide. Okay, our next steps that we're going to do as a team, we have not had a chance to have face-to-face with these SMEs. That's what we've got to do next as a team, to start getting their concerns, to come up with a list of add-on questions to present to vendors, and to start finding out what concerns they have. We're hoping to be able to limit to 2 vendors through that process. We're hoping. That's, this says vendor presentation with top 2. It may be with all 4. It just really depends. But then once that is done, then the PNC has got to meet, create a pro-con list, and based upon that, that will be a high-level vendor choice. Until that point, DFA does not provide us any pricing. And so, of course, then once the pro-con's done, D of A will give us the pricing. And then we start through the process of approval, working with this council, funding, et cetera. We'll sign the contract with the chosen vendor. And then at that point, we've got to finish up the keto paperwork with the state, and then the actual work can begin. And I believe that is the last slide. It is. Okay, very quick presentation. I just wanted to get you guys a feel for what we're doing, but I, of course, stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Hoffman?
Yeah, sorry. I was just wanting to clarify, and Kelly, if I'm wrong on this, just to clarify, vendor B did score low in some of those that you see, and Kelly kind of mentioned it, but one of the reasons is that majority of their information is in their proprietary document, and which the SMEs did not have. They couldn't look at because it has their name all over it. So that's the reason why they scored low in many of the areas. Although if they looked in the proprietary document, they would score higher. So just, am I right on that, Kelly? Is that?
Yes, Representative, and thank you for calling that out. Each of the vendor responses included at least one narrative. However, as Representative Hoffman pointed out, providing that across the board would have most certainly demonstrated exactly who the vendors were to the SMEs. And at this level we're at here, we just wanted quantifiable results as well as a gut call on what they saw on the response page.
Is that something that you can redact the company names and send out to the SMEs?
Quick answer, that's going to be exceptionally difficult because they're using trade names, they're using all kinds of areas. What our intent is to handle this situation, we now have back this information. So providing that information to the SMEs at this point can go out unmasked.
How many SMEs were there?
Susan? About 25.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would follow up on Representative Hoffman's comments. I had concern during the presentation. You mentioned that business B scored extremely high in one area, but then we saw multiple areas where they were low scores. I have grave concern over that, and also this process in itself. Why were the SMEs not selected until the RFP had went out? That is something that could have been worked prior or in tandem, and instead we're just delaying this over and over again. I have a couple other more questions, but I'll wait, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You want to respond to that?
Certainly. Actually, the SMEs were selected very early on in the process. But what I want to point out is that the SMEs were the people that helped create the original questions. What we did later in the process was re-verify the questions because there has been staff change, et cetera. So the re-verification of the SMEs took less than a day.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to your chart, they weren't selected until after the RFP went out for bid, according to one of the slides.
Oh, I apologize if that looked wrong. But what you're seeing there is that the SMEs were re-verified, but we had to have people, and I'm going to call them subject matter experts, that originally created the questions that went out to create the RFP.
Okay, that even gives me more concern, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, I would ask about the modern language that was also what is his definition, your definition, if I may, sir, of a modern language for technology? I could see that boxing us into a system that we may not have the resources to handle, or just depends on the system. So I was curious as to what you meant by that terminology. Thank you,
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you referring to slide number 3, Senator? I believe, and we don't have to call it up. It's 5 years in software development with a modern, common programming language. What I'm referring to is a language that's currently being taught in schools such as C#, C++, any of the .NET framework, something that is, we are able to hire programmers more readily than an older language such as COBOL or Fortran.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I've seen the state go the opposite direction in contracts by using a modern language, that there are no developers available because the language is so new to the state. So I hope that you would keep that under consideration also. I just, we heard from Nebraska yesterday, by putting this out for RFP, we've just delayed the process even more. And my confidence level is we're choosing one of 4, and it was recommended over and over again that the department go out, find the best systems in the nation, and look at the process in that respect, instead of the methodology that we chose, that I won't say we, the administration chose to go forward with. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Johnson?
Senator, I appreciate your comments. I'm not so sure exactly how to respond to that. I'm using the procurement process brought forth to me to the best of my ability.
Senator Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that is true. They boxed you in. So it is not, you are playing the hand that you were dealt, and I appreciate that. I just know that it's frustrating to watch it as an IT person, and the delays that you are having to go through and the hoops that you have to jump through. I know we're trying to get the best system, but I think there was a better path to get there. And my concern is, and I don't know, I have no idea who bid on this. I have no idea if they're going to be the best in the nation. I just want to make sure that we do get the best system possible for the state of Kansas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So Senator, there's nothing precluding them from telling us the bidders. We can ask that. Can you tell us who the bidders were?
Yes, John?
It was actually provided to staff yesterday.
Go ahead and read it.
Yeah, we got that information yesterday, which is when we asked for it. I think, I don't know that we had specifically asked for it before then. I need to stop sharing to pull up my email. The names of the 4 companies to bid on the project were Accenture, Tata Consultancy Services Ltd., Fast Enterprises LLC, and Sagitech Solution.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Senator, one thing, two points that you made I would like to reassure you on. Number one, the modern programming language, we are not looking for anything bleeding edge, so to speak. We are just looking at something that is easier to find programmers at this point, something such as .NET framework. And to the second point, NASWA is very aware of these 4 vendors and has told me in conversations we will come out with a state-of-the-art system they are comfortable with that has been deployed in multiple states. That we have that, some of the best that's in there.
Yesterday, you listened into the state of Nebraska's presentation of their company and their experiences. Their company was GSI, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Were they sent a copy of the RFP, and was there any communication with them on why they declined to make an offer?
To be honest, we did not contact any vendors. We just placed this on the website. But we have not been in touch with GSI regarding who, nor any respondents that did not respond.
Okay, earlier when we were talking about the RFP for the audit, they said that they've identified 42 different companies and they're sending them a copy of the RFP in addition to putting it on the website. And so if NASWA had a list of vendors, I would have guessed that you would have sent it to all the vendors to get, you know, the best offer, but I guess not. So, Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And anyone, whether this is staff or if you could answer this for me, this is kind of my first rodeo when it comes to walking through the RFP process. And so, you know, I got the strong impression yesterday that a lot of people really just want us to sole source that company that Nebraska used. It's a bunch of letters. I have already forgotten its name. But so as we walk through this, is it normal and traditional for, say, the state's IT department to go ahead and send all of this out to companies, or would the onus be more on the private business to search for potential contracts? Is it worth our staff time to be sending that to these companies, or, you know, perhaps the company should take the initiative? I just don't know. So could you help me understand? Thank you.
You bet. Absolutely, Representative. I can only speak to the projects that I've been involved in since being a CIO at the state of Kansas. I have been with the state now approximately 4 years, serving 3 years as CIO of the Highway Patrol before coming here. In no case did we ever reach out to a vendor. We always place the onus on the vendor because, for example, in this case, one concern that I would have is reaching out to a vendor who may not meet our prerequisites of multiple states, UI, et cetera. And when you reach out to them, I personally have felt like that may be endorsing. So I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying that we have always just put it out there and not endorsed and just asked for the best to come to us.
Thank you. Yes, I had some ethical concerns in that regard. And so, but again, was just curious. I really appreciate you addressing this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
When you started this process and you looked at other states and what they were doing, did you have any states in particular in mind that you thought had, and this is for the Deputy Secretary as well, that we wanted to model after?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to kind of provide a little bit more background on what Kelly went over in his presentation, prior to the pandemic in 2019, a few of our staff members, including Laurel, who's here with us today, went to do site visits at a few different states. I believe Idaho and Mississippi were two of them. Obviously, the modernization efforts were halted as the pandemic hit, and we had to pivot resources to be fully engaged in fighting fraud and paying benefits with the massively increased number of claims we saw. Once we got into the fall of 2020, we started to repivot resources back to modernizing the system, especially as we talked to legislative committees and others. There was a clear understanding from every party involved that we could no longer wait to modernize. At that point in time, we set up several virtual visits with different states, and I'll pivot to Laurel here in a second, who might have a better memory as to what those states are. But I mean, close to 8 to 10 of those modernization virtual site visits occurred. The other thing I'd add to, and you know, Kelly kind of mentioned this in conversations with NASWA, there are a limited number of players in this space who have done this type of work, who have done it multiple times and have been successful in doing so. I think Mr. Hayes brought up a good point earlier that there are many states that modernize or attempt to modernize in some capacity between 2000 and 2012. And many of those states, I mean, were for lack of a better term, failed or not fully successful modernization efforts that are now looking to remodernize at this time. So to say, to talk specifically at the solutions we looked at, we had a pretty strong idea of who those players were, what states were they in, and then we talked to those states and asked them about the process, the solution they have in place today. I'll just kind of go to it very briefly, Mr. Chairman, because GIS was mentioned. And I know John Yeary with Department of Administration is with us too. On the reaching out to vendors proactively in terms of the Department of Administration process for RFPs, I don't know if that's allowed or if it's standard practice. I'll defer to him on that. I know the other RFP we've done recently at Labor is when our contract ended with Bank of America for debit cards to put it out for bid for the new prepaid card provider. At that time, we didn't reach out to any card providers either. So I guess I'll refer to John quick. Is that a standard practice to solicit or send to potential bidders for an RFP?
So it's not uncommon that that happens. I don't know that I would say it's standard, but it's certainly, if we know that there are a group of bidders that provide this service that we're getting ready to issue an RFP, we would, the procurement officer would ask the agency, are there groups of vendors that you know that you want us to send this to, or particular folks you want us to know, want to know about this bid event, to try to get that, be proactive in that. But then also, of course, it's public and anybody can log in. I would also add that on the procurement website, anybody that participates in our bid process has to go in and register as a potential vendor. My understanding of how that process works is if I'm a company and I do X, I can go in and select those kind of areas of the business that I'm in so that as bids come up, I receive notification. So you have to register in order to bid, but you can also find out about future ones, and I think that's an automated process by selecting your categories. If I'm a consultant, or I do tax work, or I do whatever it might be, you can select those categories, and I believe the system then, through the codes of the types of services that are, or products that are being procured, will then notify those vendors that have registered as those kind of bid events come up so that we increase participation and so there's that process, and then there's also the self-identified for those that might not be as registered vendors, but we know that they're the players in this area that we're looking at going out for. We can notify them as well.
And I'd just add, Mr. Chairman, on GIS specifically, I don't know what their situation is. I do know, I was talking to Mr. Oswald yesterday, they are in progress with several states at the moment, including a ongoing deployment in the state of Pennsylvania. It could be very possible for them. It was a timing resource question. I don't know that specifically. And yeah, that's all I had to say on that. Thank you.
Okay, so they didn't respond, you think, because they were overloaded?
That's just my speculation, Mr. Chairman. I haven't spoke to anybody there. I just do know that they are working with several states, right? They support several states, as was mentioned yesterday by Commissioner Albin. I know that they're currently deploying at least one state, Pennsylvania, and it's my understanding that they're working with a few others as well.
Right, well, yeah, I mean, I could see why they would be with the price tag that we heard yesterday and the benefits of it that we heard yesterday. We have no idea what these other companies are, and I'm sure they're all going to be right, especially the out of the box ones probably will be really close to that. So it's probably not that big of an issue, but I would think that this issue has been going on for decades, and when we're going to finally do this, I think you'd want as many people at the table as possible. But it is what it is. That's all water under the bridge. We'll work with what we've got. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a comment that we were pushing one vendor. I take exception to that. I don't know any of these vendors. I don't know any of their skill sets or qualifications. My concern is that the department be able to have the best possible solution for the state of Kansas, whatever that solution be. And I had talked to the deputy director prior, and they had begun the search process before the pandemic hit. What my concern is that we didn't continue that effort in such a manner that it made it a priority. I know you had other priorities and other fires to put out. I'm not judging that. What I'm saying is that I'm not sure that this RFP process was the best solution for the state of Kansas. But as you said, we're going to play the hand we're dealt, and we're going to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hayes.
Again, being new, I'm going to ask the dumb question maybe in the room. If we get to, once the bid costs actually do come out, and let's say they're multiple folds over what the price tag that we heard from a GIS solution, or if there's another alternative that the department really felt would have fit the bill for Kansas, is there an opportunity to step back and punt and regroup?
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can speak to that a little bit, and I'll look back at John to make sure that I'm correct. There is nothing about the RFP process that binds us to going into an agreement or contract with one of these 4 vendors. So if at any point in the process, from either a fiscal funding standpoint or a functionality meets a needs standpoint, it's determined that none of these 4 vendors are a good fit for the state, there's nothing that prevents us from ending this RFP event and then either determining if issuing a different RFP to hopefully get different responses, or looking at another option would make sense at that time. So the short answer is no, nothing binds us to accepting one of these 4 vendors. We can cancel if that is needed.
Any other questions? Sir, so you've got a lot more information on this than we do, but we determined yesterday that there are companies out there that keep you on the cutting edge. You said, you mentioned hiring programmers and all that. Some of these products are off the shelf and are constantly being upgraded and developed for other states, and that kind of comes with a maintenance plan, I guess, from what we gathered yesterday. So I would imagine that since 3 of these 4 are mostly out of the box, that is kind of the same model where they would be constantly updated and would include, like, if a new federal program came out, that would just be automatically added in. And go ahead, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Absolutely, that is the goal, Mr. Chair, is that these remain, they don't just start out of the box, they remain out of the box throughout their life. And updated using, I'm going to say, centralized programmers from the vendor. Although there's no doubt that we have never met a program that someone doesn't want to tweak on, or special interface, or a report. And so that's where we want to make sure that we have the capability. I believe it's also very important that we look towards the future, that if a vendor, and let's hope this never happens, doesn't survive, that the investment we make today is able to be sustained in the future.
That's important. Any other questions or concerns at this point? Okay, so there's a lot to digest. I'm trying to get other, for next week, other examples of companies in here to talk to, so that when we write our recommendation, which will have to be next Thursday in order to meet the timeline, we'll be able to better make recommendations on what we would be looking for in a company. My guess is we're going to need more information on A, B, C, and D, as far as, like the B scored 0 and a couple of things, because you couldn't give your SMEs the information they needed to make a decision. Will you have that completed by next week for us to view? Because we couldn't say, hey, we really like company B when it has a 0.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, the quick answer is, yeah, we can get this immediately to our SMEs. I would also recommend that, I know you have next Thursday. I don't know the process or if anything can be extended. I believe your actual quantifiable determination is going to be from the vendor demos. You can look, I mean, I've done software for way too many years, as you can tell. And as good as anything looks on paper till we see it on the screen. It's hard for me to look you in the eye and give you my recommendation, sir.
Okay, that's encouraging news that we'll continue discussions, but statutorily, we have to issue a report to the LCC by the 27th, and so that's kind of what I'm talking about. I'm sure we'll be involved. I would hope we would still be involved going forward, but we've got to check all the boxes as we go. Deputy Secretary Brady.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Kelly and I had discussed it earlier in the week, absolutely making the opportunity for a future council meeting to have a demo of, at least if there's two, that we strongly consider those, but potentially all four, just depending on where we land at that stage. I had a little bit of a procedural question on the report. Do you recall, Mr. Chairman, or perhaps staff can bring it up, what the guidelines are for that report, or what contents to be included for that, that needs to be drafted next week?
Advisor, answer that. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Section 8 of the bill, the language itself is very broad, which I know is maybe not immediately helpful, but it does give the council a bit of leeway in what would be contained in the report itself. And I can read the language from the bill if you wish, but there aren't many specifics in what needs to be contained in the approval and recommendation from the council or the LCC.
Yes, I mean, it is real broad, but the intent was to issue a recommendation as far as, the intent was to pick a company, but we're not going to be able to do that because we don't have all that information. So things kind of, as we progressed through the writing of the bill, there were some changes made that more or less tied the council's hands as far as information that we could receive to make a decision. So, Representative Hoffman, you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is just a suggestion, but my suggestion would be we get as much information as we can to you in the next, for the next meeting, but that the report that you send to LCC this next week be it just a preliminary report, just to satisfy basically the statute and basically make the case that a further, more exhaustive report is forthcoming.
I'll look into that and have an answer back. As soon as I get one, I'll email it to Eddie, and he can send it out to everybody as far as how we'll proceed with that report. There are a lot of questions. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would we be able to have access to any of the research that was done by the department on their vendor search?
Deputy Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator, is that in terms of like what states we met with that kind of stuff? Yeah, I will circle back with our team and just see what we have available and maybe what we have summarized too. And I will have the goal of getting that out on Thursday because we're already planning to send out our normal reports to the council. So my goal will be to include it with Thursday's information, if not with Thursday before the next meeting of the council.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you. That would be excellent. And if you could include any red flags or any recommendations that you guys might have come forward with, that'd be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yes, sir.
Again, I don't know the rules, which I'd have to refer to John, but if there's a possibility of an executive session, I believe I might be able to provide some of the details from the narratives that might help make this decision for the council.
That would be great, and we did discuss the possibility of doing that, but we're not really to that stage yet, but we will be next week. And one of the things that will probably be important is to discuss the financial feasibility of each of them as far as the cost and the ongoing cost of maintenance and things like that, just so we can kind of, I mean, if we have one company that that kind of shines above everyone else. But we have another company that has just a little bit less, and it's half the cost. We should know that kind of thing to make a decision.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. We do not have any cost availability. The agency does not. That is not released until after we give our pro-con list to D of A. So I have no availability to that, John.
I think what Kelly's referring to is the standard process, when a PNC, they do their technical review first. And once that information is provided back to the procurement officer, then the cost information is provided. So they do a clean technical review without cost information. That gets married up, and then sometimes that results in an agency having to decide the very types of issues you talked about. You know, available budget and those considerations come into play after the technical review has been done and kind of evaluated and scored.
Okay, well, that is what it is.
Yeah.
We won't have that information for next week then.
I wouldn't want to say that for sure because I don't know. Could be, might not be. I'd have to defer to, I can check with our procurement folks.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to add on to John's point there, so the financial information will become available once the PNC committee has met, done that pros cons list and sent that over to D of A. That, my understanding, is Kelly Johnson, Representative Hoffman, and then I believe Rick Betty from D of A. So those three individuals are the ones who will come together, put that together, and then once that's done, that's when that information becomes available. I'd defer to Kelly and Representative Hoffman, but I don't know if that will be available before next week.
All right, I would encourage everyone on the committee to do as much research as you can on your own between now and next week, because we do have to issue a report. I would like it to be as thorough as possible. And we will note that we didn't have the proper information to make a final decision, but this is what we're thinking a good company would have and should cost. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also ask that we get a list. You said that there's a federal group that has an approval list of vendors or vendors that have been deemed acceptable. I would like to have that list also, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Director, you talking about the NASWA?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator. What I will do is send a request to the National Association of State Workforce Agencies for vendors that have had at least one successful project in another state in the last, I'll say, 5 to 10 years, and note the time frame if possible. That should give us that list that we've talked about with NASWA of vendors who have been successful in other states recently.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we prepare ourselves, I have a question for the reviser. Is there anything in that section of the bill, which I do not have pulled up in front of me, but I figured you would, that charges the committee with recommending a vendor? I just want to make sure that I'm looking at the right things.
I think the language is very broad, and we can recommend whatever we want to recommend. Whatever the council decides the report to be, it could be just about anything. Is that correct?
I believe that is a correct statement. The bill itself states that the council must review the information technology system, technology and platform specifications pursuant to the provisions of Section 2 of the bill, and make a recommendation to the LCC. And that's as much detail as it gets concerning the council itself.
I think my only concern here is just ethical stickiness in regards to recommending any specific vendor. I know that I probably have constituents watching right now who are like, oh, I'm going to look up her campaign report and see which vendors have been contributing to her. The answer is none, at least currently. So, but that's my concern. This is new territory for me as a legislator, and so that's just an ethical concern that I have. Lay people might not have that, but I certainly do.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask of the department, did you do a cross-reference between the vendors that have submitted a bid and what is required in statute?
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, what Kelly kind of spoke to in his presentation was all of the items that were listed in 2196 and then the vendor responses, how they specifically address or what their plan to address that was, whether it's through standard configuration or standard functionality configuration or would need to be custom built. So all of that was considered as part of the analysis Kelly's team did in looking at the bids that we received. Just to kind of reiterate, all of the subject matter experts that reviewed those bids do not know who vendors A, B, C, or D are. They're just using them from that name. The other thing too, I think it's an important note that Kelly made is, the technical analysis that they did was a excellent start to this process. But until we start getting the vendors in here, until we start seeing functionality demoed, and until we can actually sit here and ask them, okay, this was very specifically in our recent legislation, how exactly does your system address it? And hear it explained with a Q&A type environment, that's where we really get to that. So the shorter way of answering your question, Senator, was yes, in this first analysis, we looked at that to ensure we're complying with the bill, but there's going to be a lot more of that as we move forward.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I should have been more clear on that. I understand that you looked at the document and their response to the RFP to do the checklist, but the actual system, and it sounds like the demos and stuff are still to come, that you're in that phase. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just make a comment. I think it's probably prudent that we do the demos the next day, the earliest we can get them, to see how the systems work.
So the way I understand it is we're a ways off of choosing a company or two to do a demo. Is there a possibility we could get a demo from some of these companies that you're either Wednesday or Thursday next week?
Mr. Chair.
Or all four?
Yeah, we can reach out to see vendor availability and attempt to set them up. You'll just have to let me know what your schedule is. The vendor demos, please note, are typically lengthy. And so, I mean, if you're looking at all four, you could be easily looking at a day.
We have a day. Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify with D of A, there's nothing at this point in this process that prevents us from doing vendor demos. We can invite them in at any time, or do we have to hit a certain gate before we do so in the procurement process?
That's a good question, Peter. I would want to check with our Director of Procurements and Contracts on that issue, and he will be in at the end of the week. He was out through Thursday.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could kind of offer a path forward here, I think what would be most prudent is for Kelly and his team to reach out to the vendor contacts for each of the four and let them know that it's possible and likely that we will want to schedule them on one day next week, Thursday or Friday, whichever day we decide is best. And then as soon as we get the green light from D of A, confirm that, get the agenda set, and move forward.
Okay, if we can, let's try to set it up for Wednesday, because Thursday afternoon, we're going to have to write the report. And so if it's going to take a day, we can schedule them over Wednesday and Thursday morning. Deputy Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just for clarification, the council meeting next week, is it Wednesday, Thursday, or Thursday, Friday?
It's Wednesday, Thursday, the 21st and 22nd.
Okay, thank you.
We have also Thursday afternoon, I think we have a ceremonial signing of the 2196.
And Mr. Chair, oh, I'm sorry.
Representative Clayton?
Yes, I just have a question. Who is allowed to attend that ceremonial signing? Do we know that? I know it's a little bit off, but it does involve our schedule.
They circulated it to all the interested parties, and whoever wants to show up can show up, but we will break for it so you can be there. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might suggest, I don't know procedurally how this could happen, but if we could do that executive session before scheduling these demos, I believe I can save this council half a day.
Okay. I think I have some wording for executive council. Go ahead. Stand by, please. Committee, let's take a 5-minute break while they figure that out. And so if anybody needs to use the facilities or make phone calls, go do so. Why wouldn't we? All right, council, let's come back to order here. And I think we've got it clear as mud now, so I'll turn it over to John to give us his legal opinion on what we're going to do or can't do or can do.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. In thinking through the prospect of vendor demonstrations next week and how that fits in with kind of the overarching PNC process of the procurement operated by the Department of Administration, probably unwise at this point. So in every bid process, there are, in almost every bid process, there are going to be bidders that are unsuccessful that have the opportunity to file a protest administratively and then go to court afterwards. And with bigger projects where there's more money at stake, sometimes that's more likely to happen. So we have to also think through the process that way. So normally in a process, and in this one too, all the bidders have signed documents with the department as a part of submitting their bid that say that they will not talk to anyone about their bid during this period other than the Department of Administration procurement officer. And we do that so that it's a level playing field for all the bidders, so that one vendor or another isn't getting information that the other vendors don't have. Questions aren't being asked that aren't being expressed to everyone, so that they all have the same information as the evaluation process goes forward, or as they provide information, so that it's a level playing field during that evaluation process. And so I would suggest that we should probably wait until the PNC does its work. And if there was a recommended vendor and you wanted a demonstration, they could come in. At that point, it would be appropriate to do that. But at this point, I think it would be unwise to follow that process now.
Okay, so if you have your meeting and narrow it down to, say, 2 companies, we would be able to have those 2 companies come in and do a presentation at that point?
Yes.
And do you feel you could get that done by next Thursday?
I think not, based on what I know.
In order for us to do a very thorough investigation, I'm going to say, no, sir, we're not going to be able to have that done by Thursday. However, we can fill in the blanks on the questions that were asked today. And the PNC, part of the PNC, we are going to also have to have vendor demos and meetings with our SMEs. So I feel it'd be very preliminary for me to promise that you could have 2 vendor suggestions by next Thursday.
Representative Hoffman?
No, I was just agreeing that I think by next Thursday, I think the PNC, I think we can meet and get some preliminary things done, but I'm not sure we can get that far by Thursday.
Okay, Peter Brady, or Deputy Secretary Brady, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just one brief point I wanted to add on to this discussion. The chairman had all charged us with doing our own research and possibly reaching out to contacts in other states or potentially other vendors. All of that's great. One thing I wanted to flag for this council as important is we cannot reach out to the 4 companies previously listed as they're part of this active procurement. So other vendors completely on the table, and then states that have worked with those vendors or others also good points of research, just not direct contact with those 4 vendors listed earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if we could get a reminder of who those vendors are, because I really wasn't paying attention because I didn't know any of them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll get that circulated. He'll email it out. Anyone else with advice on this? Okay, we'll wrap this part of it up for now. It's come to my attention that the Department of Labor will be short-staffed, and Deputy Secretary won't be able to be here Wednesday. And so I want to move the next week's meeting to Thursday and Friday. that'll give us an extra day to think about things as well. Is there any conflict with coming Friday instead of Wednesday? Great, seeing none. Okay, let's do that. And my intent is to, not unlike today with ID.me, I'll try to line up other companies to come in and give us some advice and some pricing structures so that when we do write this report, we can give some sort of direction as far as what we're looking for and what we think the cost would be or should be, knowing that we'll still have time to vet these other companies into the future. And we'll put that in the report that that's our expectation. But statutorily, we do have to issue that report, and it does have to be accepted by the LCC by the 26th or 27th? 27th. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the most beneficial things with this committee, and even last year's committee, was hearing from Nebraska. So I don't know if you have another state or a couple of states that could be put in the queue, but they gave us some great pointers on what to look for in the process going forward in a vendor. Just a thought.
Mr. Oswald, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so I know that you're a national company and you deal with several other states. Would you be able to get with me over the next day or two and give me some different, you work with departments of labor all over the nation, so would you be able to assist me with maybe lining up one or two to discuss this?
I can give you some information. I think Mr. Deputy Secretary Brady may have better access to the people who actually will be presenting, but I could give you suggestions of who to talk to.
So companies that are, or states that have recently modernized and gone through this, and then we'll work with the Department of Labor to find the right contacts. And is that okay with you?
Yep, that sounds good, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, we have a plan then. Thanks. Any further discussion? Mr. Miller?
More of a housekeeping. I just had pulled up my calendar. I don't know, I know last time we'd kind of shot out some dates up until next week. Do you have any ideas on, I don't need specific dates, or how many times we're going to meet in August, September? Is that just going to be kind of fluid? I'm just trying to look at my calendar and see what's going on.
When we come back now on Thursday and we review some of the audit stuff, when we're going to set a date for the pre-bid conference, that would be our next meeting, unless the procurement people can be able to have us look at a couple of demos, and we'll try to do that as well. Maybe we can schedule them on the same day. That'd be great. But my guess is it will be late August, one or two meetings in August. We had to get through this report that's due next week, so that's why we had front loaded.
Totally understand. My August was filling up, and I just wanted to make sure I had stuff down. So that's perfect. Thank you.
Back to school in person. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for all your time and efforts today. I think we had some pretty good, made a lot of progress the last 2 days, so thank you.